right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Berlin High School Senior Speeches. For those of you who don't know me, I am Ms. Portal, and I have had the wonderful privilege of teaching these amazing seniors this semester. They have worked wildly hard on making sure that their words of wisdom are polished and meaningful. And to that avail, I ask that we please make sure our cell phones are put away, that they are silenced, and that you are dialed into the speeches and not to your earbuds. So if those could also be taken out and put away, that would be wonderful. What is happening? Okay. We are going to get started. I know that people might still be kind of walking in, but unfortunately the bell does ring, and so we are stuck to that. So I'm going to get going here today. Thank you very much.
If you had asked me a couple years ago who I was, I probably would have answered like, I'm an athlete, or I play baseball. That's how I saw myself as a young kid coming into BHS. And that may be how many of you see yourselves by the things that you do. Maybe for you it's football, basketball, band, theater, or academics, or maybe something else. And while those things are important and can be a big part of our lives, they're not the entirety of who we are. Good morning. I'm Zach Catalano, and I want to tell you that your character, the kind of person you are, matters so much more than any title, award, or grade in Power School. Because no matter how good you are at something or how much you put into something, it should never be the only thing that defines you. Life is so much bigger than just one role, and it's up to you to find balance, grow, and most importantly, be someone worth remembering by how you treat others, not just what we accomplish. Famous speaker and attorney Michael Josephson once said, "Good character is the single most important attribute of a worthy life." This is not something that I prioritized when I came in my freshman year. The only thing I cared about was baseball. Proving myself to my coaches, my teammates, my friends was the most important thing to me. I soon let the pressure of these high standards for myself on the field consume my whole life. When I didn't perform the way I thought I should have been, I tore myself apart, and I let the sport tell me I was no good. I let the sport define who I was, not my character or the way I treated other people. As my 4 years of high school went on, I grew, matured, and learned. While in the beginning of my high school career, baseball was my life, as I let the stress and struggles of the sport define me, I realized I needed to take a step back. Taking a step back was a necessity in finding balance in my life. While many of you may be spending loads of your time on schoolwork or at a job, or maybe at sports practice like me, taking some time to find new hobbies and different places of peace will help minimize the stress of all the craziness that goes on in our everyday lives. By not letting the stress consume you, you will be able to find balance. You will be able to go out with your friends and increase your relationships while also maybe starting new ones. Managing your priorities is crucial in finding balance, which can increase your character and show people that you are so much more than just one thing that you do. When I made the decision to not continue playing baseball in college because of all the stress and tiredness I had gone through playing, I was truly able to find who I was. I found that I wasn't just the kid coming into school to sleep in the back of class like I did as a freshman, or that I wasn't the kid watching Red Sox highlights on his computer all class. I became the kid that could make conversation with anyone about anything. By balancing out my life, by stepping back from baseball, I was able to develop new interests and make new connections with peers and teachers around the school. Sometimes stepping away from what you've always done is the first step to discovering who you really are. When I made the decision to step away from baseball, something that had defined me for so long, I finally had the space to explore other parts of myself. I realized that there was more to me than just being an athlete. I became more present, more curious, and more connected to the people around me. That experience taught me the importance of balance. You can work hard at your passion, but you also need time to grow in other areas of life, your relationships, your interests, and most importantly, your character. Because in the end, it's not what you do every day that defines you. It's how you treat other people, how you carry yourself, and the kind of person you choose to be. I'm not here to tell you that baseball was a terrible thing in my life or that the activities you guys may do are terrible and you should just quit. I'm thankful for baseball, and I still want to bring a state championship home for Berlin in these next couple of weeks. But I know that whether I go 4 for 4 with 4 home runs or 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, my character does not change. I was able to find balance between new hobbies in school and baseball. Doesn't have to be who I am anymore. If someone were to ask me who I am today, I can now say that I am a friend of many of you guys out there in the audience and also an outgoing person willing to talk to anyone. If I can leave you guys with just one thing, it would be to just vibe. Don't focus on the failures too much of your passions, but focus on the fun that you're having. Being with your friends, exploring new adventures, and appreciating the little things outside of your large priorities. At the end of the day, others will remember you for your character, and that starts with finding balance. Thank you.
I want you all to think of a phrase that you live by, a phrase that you repeat to yourself every time something goes wrong. I can think of one in particular that I truly say to myself constantly, something that started with my parents saying as reassurance growing up. Although the phrase that probably comes to mind is a common cliche, it holds so much more meaning than we realize. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lindsay Dempsey, and I'm here to assure you that everything happens for a reason, and it will all work out for you in the end. For me, I wholeheartedly believe everything will lead me to where I'm supposed to be. I still believe in this because it hasn't let me down yet, and I choose to believe it won't. I'm sure a great majority of this audience in front of me is seniors who are either going off to college, trade, or the military in the upcoming years. For those of you who are not seniors, you all have some sort of plan for what you want to do. Maybe it's taking classes to align with your desire, but sometimes plans fall through. And yes, the expectation is that you go on to a 4-year university, when in reality, that's not for everyone. I plan to attend Endicott College in the upcoming fall to study advertising, but at the start of my college search, I had no intention of going for business. My list of intended majors consisted of law, criminal justice, psychology, to even exercise science. I truly had no idea what I wanted my future to hold. I had met with a college planner alongside my twin sister, Natalie, since sophomore year of high school. And like everything else, she had a plan. From the first meeting, she knew she was going to college for biology to hopefully end up working in a cancer pathology lab. On the other hand, my older sister, Julia, is a diagnostic medical imaging major where she knows she will end up in the radiology field helping all sorts of people in either ultrasounds, x-rays, or MRIs. From the get-go, my sisters had a plan, and I didn't. What I didn't realize is that it would take a little longer for me to find mine. This was hard for me because being a business major of any sort is seen as taking the easy way out. What was scary for me was how broad the business field is. My mom told me while going through college planning that the broadness is the beauty of a business major. I could only see the fear, not the beauty. A quote by John Mayer reads, "Someday, everything will make perfect sense. So for now, laugh at the confusion, smile through the tears, be strong, and keep reminding yourself that everything happens for a reason." After reading this, I instantly related. Being so confused on everything in my life, from college, what to major in, and whether to continue playing lacrosse. Maybe you've experienced something like this, feeling like everything is a mess and losing hope that everything will work into place. But over time, I've learned it's okay. My sisters chose their path because they know where they want to end up, and it was my turn to find mine. During my junior year, I had multiple schools reach out to me to play lacrosse for their program at either the Division II or Division III level. At this time, I wasn't sure if I wanted to continue playing lacrosse for college or if I wanted to be done after high school. After the end of my junior year lacrosse season, I surely thought I would have gotten a clear answer if I wanted to continue playing. Little did I know, I wouldn't, which honestly made this decision harder. Maybe some of you can relate, finding your love for an instrument in the 4th grade, or chorus the following year leading you to middle school, then theater in 6th grade the moment you stepped on stage. So going into senior year, I chose to apply for colleges for academics and put athletics on the back burner to see how this would play out. Because honestly, why not? After realizing that lacrosse didn't make me as happy as it once did 11 years ago, I decided to completely take athletics out of my mind. When asked if I will continue playing lacrosse in college, I resort to the, I don't know, answer, because it's true, I don't know. All I know for certain is that 6-year-old Lindsay's mom saw the Berlin Youth Lacrosse sign on the side of the road for a reason. In a small soccer-focused town, I was looking for a sport to call my own. I would hate to know what my life would have been like had my mom not contacted that email listed on the roadside sign. We took that road for the reason of finding the sport I've resonated with for the over last decade of my life. In the end, I chose academics because my parents and I agreed that it would ultimately take me farther. As a business major, experience in internships is crucial to securing what I call a big girl job. And this was a no-brainer for my dad. As a father of 3 girls, the least he wants is for his kids to be successful young women in their future. Would I have gotten amazing traveling experience and unbreakable friendships with my teammates had I gone to school for lacrosse? Yeah, but will I still make unforgettable memories with people that I will spend every waking second with at Endicott? Definitely. No matter where I ended up, I knew those 2 circumstances were guaranteed, even if they would have different outcomes. Every single student sitting in this auditorium will have a different outcome. No path is the same between the 2 of you, and you have to trust that your path will lead you to where you need to go, even if your path is longer than your best friends from middle school. At the end of the day, everything will work out for you, and you just can't sit and wait for it to. You can't sit around this school for 4 years of your teenage life and do nothing but expect to get into a prestigious powerhouse school. As freshmen and sophomores, you do things to set your future self up for success. Yes, things will fall into place where they need to and where they're meant to be, but it's your job to guide them that way. Thank you.
Regret comes as 2 opposite but similar forms. The first being the regret one feels after making a certain choice. You think, I shouldn't have stayed up late last night, or I shouldn't have skipped that class, because you've made a decision with the following consequences. Again, the most common form, the one that comes from wishing you had done something else. Before I tell you about the second form, I want to ask you a question. Think about what you regret the most in your life. Is it something you've actually done? I mean, physically, at its core, was it an action you carried out which led to consequences? Probably. Because when we think about regret, we think about the poor choices we've made in our judgment that we wish we could undo. But what about what we didn't do? What about the choices we actually didn't make that could have led to positive consequences? Hello, my name is Luca Della Ripa, and I am a firm believer that the absence of decision-making leads to regret that is far worse and lasts much longer than the regret that comes from making the decision. And that brings me to the second form of regret, the one that comes from the absence of making a choice. You see something that looks fun and you decide not to indulge. You end up not going to that party because who would you talk to? You don't try out for the team you wanted to make because what if you get cut? All valid concerns, but what happens after? Literally nothing. You miss all the experiences you could have had and the lasting impressions that could have been made. And you'll never know because you never made the decision. Ted Hughes says it the best with this quote, and the only thing people regret is that they didn't live boldly enough, that they didn't invest enough heart, didn't love enough. Nothing else really counts at all. You see, 4 years ago, I moved out of Wethersfield and into Berlin as a freshman in high school. I had plenty of opportunities handed to me on a silver platter. Numerous sports, clubs, and activities were all in my reach as an incoming freshman. Now was the time to put myself out there. But I didn't. I was scared with the same aforementioned thoughts. 2 examples of this were me wanting to try out for the tennis team and discovering the swim team much too late. For the tennis team, I would convince myself that I wasn't going to be good enough or have the skill that everybody else had. Despite having been to countless tennis matches, the thought of joining terrified me. Even though I was interested, my own thoughts of regretting subdued me. I repeated the same process the next year, the year after that, and this year, now a senior. And as for the swim team, I was asked countless times by my friends to just consider it. I immediately jumped to the conclusion that I wouldn't have liked it, and I closed my brain off to it. It wasn't until my senior year that I went to my first swim meet. I went in with the impression that I would be uninterested, but I loved it. In this moment, I realized for the first time, maybe I really would have liked this. But it was too late. All of this happened on senior night of this year. I didn't even discover the sport until, quite literally, their last meet. One of the few things that piqued my interest was gone. I can't put into words how much I regret these decisions. This is the regret that comes from not doing something. A lack of decision-making, an absence. One of my best friends is one of the captains of the tennis team. The other is the captain of his swim team at my old school. Hearing them talk about their respective sports makes me wonder where I would have been had I joined those 4 years ago. Would I have lacked the skill? Probably. But that's what practice is for. But again, it was too late, and it was nobody's fault but mine. I was the one who discovered these things too late. I was the one who wishes they could go back. I think about it now, and I wonder about the regret I would have had if I'd simply gotten involved when I was a freshman. I probably would have been embarrassed at first. They were sports I had little to no experience in, and being on teams with people who were more skilled than I would have thrown me off at first. But it would only be in those small, short-lived moments that I would feel regret. Regret that would have gone away. The thing is, that form of regret is quieter than the first. How can we be aware of the decisions we haven't made? It's paradoxical, but I think the most important thing to do is to place yourself in a situation where this cannot apply to you. Be in a situation where you can't regret the decisions you haven't made because you made all the decisions you wanted to. Now, I live my life with constant regret. I go every day wishing I had done something to get me involved. And the best thing about having free will is that you can. Up until this point in my life, I only had a few close friends here at BHS. I only had a few friends that I could count on one hand. Everybody else would post pictures of them in their 20. It was times like these where I wanted to branch out to people who weren't just in my classes. And if this was any other year, I definitely wouldn't have. But I was a senior, and I couldn't stand the thought of living with any more regret. Why would I go out of my way to not meet new people? I already lived with the regret of not joining any sports or clubs. Regretting meeting new people would have swallowed me whole. At this time, I was going to graduate in 10 months, and I needed to seize this opportunity. So I did. I sat with new people, I drew up new plans, and I began going out almost every weekend. I found myself in multiple friend groups that I loved hanging out with. Now, I graduate in 2 weeks, and I can say this is one of the best decisions I've ever made. My senior year was completed by these groups of people. And I can promise you, I don't regret any of it. I stepped out of my comfort zone and met new people, and I didn't regret a thing. But when I didn't step out of my comfort zone and try it for the sports I wanted to, I regretted it every single day, and the difference is crystal clear. If you're on the fence about making a choice, and the first thought on your mind is, I won't like it, you'll never know. You'll only know it's the right choice for you if you try it. Otherwise, regret will swallow you whole. Otherwise, you will be in a situation where you regret not making that choice. Unfortunately for us, time travel isn't possible. So take advantage of the limited time you'll have. Joining a team or a club is never a permanent decision. Not joining one is. Don't make a permanent decision you'll regret by not doing anything at all. Instead, join that team or club, rush that frat or sorority, talk to those new people, make that decision, and regret nothing. Thank you.
Life is happening right now. Not later, not once you've graduated, not once you've earned that good grade in a hard class or that perfect life plan you've been anticipating to find.
It is not waiting for you in some ideal distance. It's happening now. Whatever lies ahead of you is meant to be, and as high schoolers, you should not be wasting your time stressing over moments in your life that have yet to happen. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julia Pelk, and I want to share a truth that often gets lost in the rush of high school, deadlines, and expectations: the importance of being present. There was a time not very long ago where I was constantly looking ahead. Every day was measured by the milestones I had yet to reach, whether it be graduation, college, or adulthood. My freshman year self could not take life day by day. Each day I lived with an ache in my chest, one that came along with worrying about the future. My anxiety of the future clouded over my mind constantly, forcing me to overlook moments of my freshman year. I don't remember the laughs I shared with my friends, the simple victories, or even the peace of normal days. It isn't because those moments didn't happen, but because I was not really there to experience them. My mind was always miles ahead of me, wandering aimlessly, always trying to find out what my future held for me. During my freshman year, May became the month I looked forward to with dread, not because of anything I had done yet, but because I knew what it would eventually bring. In April of 2022, just a week after my birthday, we learned that my dad only had a few weeks left to live after he fought cancer for 6 years of our lives. Each day of April felt harder to think and live. Overhearing the phone calls of the doctors never providing any good news, or watching my dad slowly lose more and more weight. Ordinary days didn't feel ordinary anymore. I'd rehearsed the fear I would experience the day my dad would pass every night, wondering how or if I would be able to continue on in life. My dad knew something was wrong with me. He was concerned about my constant worry for him, as he was not one to worry about himself. He came into my room one day while I was crying, hugged me, and told me everything would be okay. I didn't believe him. Things felt still, as if there was no progression in my days. Eventually, a month after he came into my room, May 6, 2022 came. I wasn't just imagining the loss, I was living it. That moment, the stillness of my room, and the soft hum of the phone ringing, providing my family with the news, was the first moment in years that I was fully and utterly present in life. I realized that the day I was thinking about for 6 years finally came, but I was okay. The world still turned. Life did not end, but it kept unfolding. The wonderful thing about life is that no matter what, it keeps going. Each day brings new experiences, moments, and memories to be lived. When you hold yourself back from the present, you lose it all. I forgot that the beauty of life does not lie within perfection or predictions, but in presence. A Bible verse that has grounded me and resonated deeply with me, so much that I chose it as my senior quote, reads, "Therefore do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own." Matthew 6:34. I used to skim over this verse, but now I understand its truth. All that time spent worrying about something out of your control can only rob you of the days that you could have lived more fully. I miss so much of my life. 6 years of constant worry only for me to be okay, knowing deep down my dad did tell me the truth, that everything was going to be okay. Many of you are still trying to navigate your path. Whatever you are going through right now, I want to tell you that your path is secure no matter what is happening in this moment. I never had a genuine thought that in my mind that I would make it through my freshman year. That worry aside, I'm standing here today presenting the speech that freshman year Julia once only imagined giving. And over the years, I've realized that worry does not prevent pain, it only steals your peace. So take life day by day. Not every day is a good day, but I urge you all to find the good in every day. The decisions you make in life are also not things you can just go back to or alter in any way, but life does not anticipate anything from you. It doesn't depend on us to make every single perfect decision. So no matter the choices you make, the path you choose to turn to, life will fall into place. Since the start of my senior year, I've been truly living in the moment and enjoying the good of every day. But lately, all my mind has been focusing on is graduation. Every conversation, every plan, and thought seems to circle back to that one singular day in June. And in the midst of all this senior year chaos, I've been trying to remind myself of something important, that life is not just about those big moments weeks away. It's about the days, the little moments shared with friends, family, and teachers, and maybe even the security guards, that help make up each day leading up to graduation. The moments that we will all someday miss more than we realize. So, students of BHS, please enjoy your days here. Do not think about what the future holds for you. There's a plan laid out for each of us. Maybe not the one we wrote down in our diaries as kids or imagined when we were little, but whatever path you are gifted with is meant for you. We all worry so much about creating a path, but why create one when you are living it? Underclassmen, and even juniors, you do not need to know where your road leads. You need to be able to trust that even when you cannot see that path, it is still being paved for you every day. So, to every student actually listening right now, take a breath, look around you. This moment right now is your life. Don't rush through your freshman year experience because you want to grow up fast. Don't overlook your sophomore year because you want to be an upperclassman. And juniors, enjoy your last summer before senior year. Before you know it, you might be standing here giving your own speech, wondering where the time went. Life moves fast, but that does not mean you have to. Do not waste today because you're chasing something 10 steps ahead. Utilize today and remember that things happen, life can be tough, but you will end up where you are meant to be. The present is a gift, so take advantage of the gift of today. Thank you.
Have you ever had a time where you've completed a goal or grew in such a way that you can never explain how you completed it? Well, I can tell you the two most important things that you have done to help, and that you may not have ever known that you've done. Those two things are to accept and persevere. Perseverance and acceptance are the two sides of the coin of growth. Before you can grow, you must accept yourself for who you are. Then, after accepting your flaws or shortcomings, then growth may progress. After accepting your flaws, you can then start to persevere through any challenge that may face you. For me, that is something that I've had to do for the most of my life, whether that is academically, socially, or emotionally. Hi, I'm Benjamin Parisi, and I'm here to tell you how before you can grow, you must accept where you are and persevere to be better. As someone who has struggled in school socially due to my ADHD and anxiety, I've had to accept myself for who I am. But sharing this, I don't want anyone here to feel sympathy for me, but to see how far I've come through accepting myself for who I am and how I've persevered to be better than I was the day before. I want to tell you about a journey through my time as a student and how I've grown from a temperamental second grader who threw chairs to being eligible my junior year to leave special education. Through that decade-long time, I've been tirelessly trying to improve myself in and out of school, whether that be seeing a therapist to ease my temperament, or even going on medication as a young kid to help my emotionality. But through me telling you this, I want you to know that to have this type of growth, you first have to accept yourself for who you are, and that I had to face these challenges, which is okay. Then I had to persevere through those hardships in that decade-long span to be where I am today. Talking to you today, I want everyone to know that if you struggle with something, whether that be in school or out, you are not alone. There's always someone struggling just as much as you are, or more. But it matters more of how you persevere to be better. If you see someone changing settings or having accommodations, I want you to know that they are fighting a battle with accepting their flaws and persevering in their own way. For me, going into separate rooms to take tests had me seen as the lucky kid who gets everything done for them, or from family thinking I was a brat because I got special treatment. Perseverance and acceptance. These two things can come together at many different times. They can be seen in broad daylight when pondering a past event, or these dynamic skills may go unnoticed and are not thought of when completing a task. But for me, the latter has happened more than I wanted to. I want not just for myself, but others to see the importance of these skills and how they correlate to allow us to do hard or challenging things. I've had this happen firsthand in my life, like how when I was in my sophomore year, I decided to take Honors Algebra 2. This was my first ever experience with an advanced level class. But I knew going into it, it would be challenging, and I had accepted that fact, that it would most likely be harder for me than others. So then the year started. I was off to a rough start. This class really showed me that I was far behind, and my grade really reflected that. Then later around in the second quarter, I had my lowest of lows. I had my worst grade ever in my high school career, and I was frustrated and annoyed with myself, thinking, why did I take this class? And this was the worst decision I've ever made. Going into the midterm, I was unprepared and lost the entire time. And that was shown in the grade when I got a 66. But after that shell-shocking experience, I had a realization that this would be much harder than I ever anticipated, and that I was going to have to try much harder than every other person. But that was okay, and I accepted that fact. And instead of giving up, I persevered. In the next semester of the year, I was in Miss Bosso's almost every morning and after school. Due to my acceptance and perseverance, I was able to fully turn my grade around and looked like a new student. Because of my hard work, I was able to get a 96 on my final, and I had never realized that I really put that much effort into it until much later. I know that many of you in this audience are thinking, why is he telling us this? The reason is quite simple. It's because I urge all of you listening to just think about accepting your flaws, because that's what makes us unique. But to know that we can always improve. I know that everyone has the capability to accept themselves and grow and persevere to be better. Through my limited time on this planet, I've been able to learn many things in just my 4 years here at BHS. I've been able to learn how to persevere through hardships and accept myself for who I am. Something that I feel sums up this well is when Michael J. Fox said, "Acceptance doesn't mean resignation. It means understanding that something is what it is and that there's got to be a way through it." This perfectly sums up the fact that these two strengths complement each other in many ways. They work together in unison to allow us to face the unknown and help us move forward, allowing us to embrace our realities and continue becoming our best, and that we can never quit because there will always be a way through, whatever it is. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Life doesn't wait for you to be ready. We are all consumed by our emotions in some way, shape, or form. You just may not know it. And that, in turn, leads to your actions and decisions. If all of you today did what you knew was right rather than wrong, where would you be? What goals would you have achieved? What ambitions would you have conquered? And how would others perceive you? Where would you be today? If we all looked ourselves in the mirror and came to terms with what we have to do, where would you be today? Stop listening to your anxiety, laziness, and fear of failing to stop you. Lead with grit, not just emotions. Good morning. My name is Cyrus Revenall, and I want to convey to you all on why you can't let your emotions control your actions. I want to share my personal experiences on how learning to push through fear, stress, and doubt can help you build mental toughness and callous your mind. Growth happens when you show up when you don't want to, so why not show up today? Now, I'm not up here as some polished motivational speaker, just someone speaking from experience. I believe in learning how to control your emotions and being able to push past those mental barriers of doing something you know you have to but don't want to are key skills in order to be successful in life. I was very young when I lost both my parents. My father passed away when I was 9, and my mother died when I was 14. I still remember returning home after my mother's death, sitting under the apple tree in my front yard, lying beside my dog, and staring blankly into the sky. I had felt utterly lost and detached from reality, endlessly asking myself, why me? That very moment was a harsh wake-up call, reminded me that death is inevitable, and life around you does not pause to let you grieve. Although in that moment, all I wanted to do was lay in the grass and not do anything with my life, I realized that while emotions are important, they should not dictate your actions. Even at a young age, I understood that I had to move forward with my life despite my pain. As the youngest child between my twin and older brother, I knew I would have to step up. I learned to take care of myself, making my bed, cooking, cleaning, managing my schedule, and getting myself to practice on time. Looking back, these may seem like small tasks, but for a 14-year-old, I felt overwhelming. Still, those responsibilities taught me essential life skills. It has taught me resilience, independence, and self-discipline, skills that I apply to my everyday life now. I've also realized that if I had remained under that apple tree, consumed by my emotions, I would have spiraled into a life of failure and stagnation, which in turn would have taken me far from the person I aspire to become. So as I stand up here today, I ask all of you, what's the apple tree in your life? What pain, fear, or setback are you sitting under, letting control you? We all have moments in life where we feel lost, when something gets thrown so difficult at you, you just want to give up. But there's a common denominator between those who achieve greatness and those who wallow in self-pity: action. It's easy to let your emotions dictate your choices, to give in to fear, laziness, or doubt. But if you're able to stand up through your adversity and take responsibility and hold yourself accountable for what you know you have to do, that's where true strength is built. Your circumstances and what has happened to you in your life don't define you. Your choices do. Every moment you sit back and let your emotions control you is another moment wasted and another goal delayed and a future you will never see. So stop waiting around for the perfect time, because the perfect time doesn't exist. Get up, push through the pain, and become the person you know you're capable of being. There's one quote in particular that has resonated with me throughout the process of writing this speech. It comes from the book Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. He writes, "The reason it's important to push hardest when you want to quit the most is because it helps you callous your mind. It's the same reason why you have to do your best work when you're the least motivated." Goggins said it best here: mental toughness isn't something you're born with. It's built through adversity, discipline, and persistence. Don't wait until life forces your hand. Step up now, face your fears, push through the doubt, lead your life with grit, not just emotion. Thank you.
High school. High school. Just the word itself brings up images of awkward moments and the constant struggle to fit in or stand out, depending on your vibe. For me, it was also the place which I unknowingly built a reputation as the mean girl. The thing is, I never set out to have the label of Berlin High School's Regina George. My so-called meanness stemmed from what I thought was a virtue: brutal honesty. In my mind, I was doing everyone a favor. If your new haircut looked like a bird's nest, I'd tell you. Was your new boyfriend a tool? You'd hear it from me. Hi, I'm Nicole Coolin, and I'm here to explain why it's okay to have no filter and to not be afraid to exclaim the bare truth. Turns out, most teenagers, and most people in general, would rather live in a comfortable bubble of polite lies than face a harsh reality check. So yeah, to most, I became the one whose opinions were dreaded, the one who apparently had a heart of stone. Looking back, I can see how my delivery may have been a little rough, but beneath the bluntness, I swear there was genuine compassion, or, at the very least, a complete inability to understand why everyone else was so obsessed with pretending. Growing up in a strong-minded environment instilled in me a deep appreciation for straightforwardness and integrity. It meant learning to value honesty above all else, both in myself and in others. Sugarcoating was unacceptable. Instead, I was taught to address issues head-on and to communicate my needs and boundaries clearly. This upbringing fostered a sense of self-resilience and a refusal to tolerate disrespect, shaping me into someone who values authenticity and direct communication in all aspects of my life. But clearly, this had its cons. Freshman year, I discovered that one of my good friends was spreading a harmless rumor about me. I remember the day I decided to confront her vividly. Walking into the lunchroom, the noise and chatter seemed to fade as I made my way toward her. At that moment, I knew I couldn't let it slide. I had to address it head on. I didn't hold back, expressing exactly how disappointed I was by her actions. I laid out how her words were affecting me and made it clear that I wouldn't tolerate being talked about behind my back. Now, as I reflect, I'm aware that my approach may have seemed harsh to some, maybe even a little intimidating, but the truth is I was determined to protect myself and assert my boundaries. It's not about being aggressive or starting fights. It was about knowing my worth and refusing to allow someone I respected to disrespect me. Like honesty, being confrontational can be a powerful tool for resolving conflicts and fostering understanding. It's about having the courage to voice your concerns and protect your boundaries. As most of you are underclassmen, you're still figuring out who you are and what you stand for. Embracing healthy confrontation is a way to define those boundaries and build the confidence to navigate tricky situations like these with grace and assertiveness. Confrontation and honesty, while often intertwined, aren't exactly the same thing. Honesty is about telling the truth and being transparent in your words and actions. Confrontation, on the other hand, like I said, is about addressing an issue directly with someone. However, you can be honest without being confrontational, like when you share your opinion in a casual conversation, but confrontation often requires honesty because you need to express your true feelings and thoughts to resolve the issue at hand. Navigating high school, I've often found myself in situations where I didn't quite click with everyone. Sometimes our values just didn't align, and in those moments, I chose to prioritize my own well-being by creating some space. It's not about judging others, but rather continuing to honor my principles by staying true to myself. I believe it's important to be open where I stand and why I make certain choices. By surrounding myself with people who share similar values, I create a more positive and genuine environment that allows me to focus on personal growth and build meaningful connections. Over time, people have come to understand and appreciate me for who I am. The friends I've chosen to surround myself with value my authenticity. It's a journey of growth, acceptance, and finding my own unique path, even in challenging environments. In my life, I've come to appreciate the power of truth, even when it's hard to hear. There's a quote that really resonates with me. The truth will set you free, but first, it will make you miserable. It perfectly captures how confronting reality, whether it's about ourselves or the world around us, can be incredibly painful. It's like ripping off a bandage. It stings at first, but it's necessary for healing. Embracing the truth, even when it's uncomfortable, is the only way to break free from illusions and build a life based on authenticity and understanding. It's a tough journey, but the freedom that comes with it is worth the initial misery. So to everyone listening, especially you underclassmen, remember the power of truth as you start or continue your high school journey. It might be tough to face sometimes, but honesty with yourselves and others will set you free in the long run. As I finish up high school and recall the chatter of being mean, even if my honesty seemed rough at some times, it was always because I wanted to be real. So don't be afraid to seek out and value those who are honest with you, even when it stings. It's a valuable lesson that will help you navigate these years and those beyond. Thank you.
One day will be the final day. I want you all to think about that for just a second. Eventually, the buzzer will sound, the final out will be made, or the door on an opportunity will finally be shut. Our time as high school students just doesn't last forever. We get so caught up in the process of life that we often forget to actually live it. Suddenly, that end you thought would never come is here, and all you can do is wish you just had one chance to go back. So what if you changed your perspective on the world now? Instead of focusing on the outcomes of your goals, focus on your life in the present and give priority to only the things you are able to control. Hello, everyone. My name is Colin Samard, and I am here to discuss the concept of being where your feet are and staying in the present. See, being present is a lot easier said than done. When life gets hard, it's so easy to get caught up in the repetition of our lives, and we begin to live our days on autopilot. This way of living is detrimental to our success. It forces you to steer your focus away from the process of what you're working towards, whatever it might be, and makes you only look for the final result. For me, it took living it firsthand to recognize how crucial it is to appreciate every up and down that life has to offer before you look back and realize you should have done more. My entire life, I have been an extremely goal-oriented person. Before every wrestling season, I go to the whiteboard on the center of my fridge and write down my biggest goals. That way, each day I have a reminder of what I'm doing everything for. This past wrestling season, it read 2-time state champ, New England Championships qualifier. For months on end, my life revolved around willing my goals into existence. I ended up changing every variable in my life to mold my environment into one with no distractions. I firmly believed giving all my attention to wrestling was the only way to win, but it made me lose focus on all other aspects of my life. Every ounce of my time and energy was put right into wrestling. So with all this, you would think I did it right. Unfortunately, despite all my effort, I came up short when it truly mattered. No conference title for the second year in a row, no state championship, and no trip to the New England tournament. After months and months of dedication, I came up short of my 2 biggest goals. I spent every day since my junior year wrestling season ended dreaming of the day I could come back and do everything I said I would. But that day never came. The truth is, we will not always succeed. Even if we put our best effort forward, we simply cannot always make it happen. Failure is necessary, though. These failures are what mold our futures. The lessons that stem from failure force us to adapt. We simply must have gratitude for even having the opportunity to fail. And when life knocks you down, it is essential to realize what this one day might do for you. Learning to appreciate the current moment is a concept all of us, including myself, seem to forget. We just let each day pass us by. However, certain aspects of our life have a deadline. And when that day finally comes, you cannot rewind the clock. Life simply keeps happening. My whole life, I have been a baseball player. Unlike any other baseball season I have had, though, I came into this one knowing when I hand my jersey in at the end of the year, it marks the end to my time on the diamond. Since Little League, I spent every spring with the same group of people. And now, all 12 of us seniors have one final chance to accomplish the goal we have dreamed of since we were kids, winning a state title. We collectively decided coming into our final season together that we were going to give every piece of ourselves to this goal. And we began this year doing just that, working our way to an 11-0 record. From unranked to up to number 4 in the state, we began to see ourselves as the team to beat. But in the midst of that, we lost sight of what we were working so hard for. We figured a number next to our names was enough to make us win, but suddenly, we lost 4 of our 5 next games, and that win streak was history. The thing about goals is that you begin to define yourself by its label, and you begin to question who you are if you aren't succeeding. But at the end of the day, you are much more than your dreams. Your own perception is what truly defines you, nothing else. Regardless of the results, you are the same person at your core. Even if that big dream of yours is never fulfilled, your family will still love you, your friends will still hang out with you, and the sun will come up tomorrow. As high school students, we spend so much time worrying about the unpredictable things in our life, we forget what we are actually living through. All of us have always dreamed about the day we graduate high school, and now the class of 2025 is living it. One school year left to spend each weekday with the people we have known for years. Once the diploma hits our hands, this page of our lives is officially history. It is no longer controllable. This felt like a lifetime away, but here we are. It is now May 29th, just about 2 weeks out from graduation, and those 8.5 months are all a memory. As a class, we quickly learned the importance of appreciating every moment. Every chance we have to make memories is a chance we have to take. Each moment in your life today is impactful in crafting who you will one day be. Eventually, you will look back on this time in your life and feel one of 2 ways. You will regret not doing enough, wishing you could go back in time and do it over again, or you will look back with no regrets, knowing you took every single opportunity presented to you. With that being said, I urge you to take life a step at a time. Where you are currently listening to this speech is the only place and time you can control. Use that to your advantage. When the road ahead seems scary and things seem uncertain, just take the next step. Trust that even if you cannot see any light at the end of the tunnel, it will still be there if you just keep walking down it. So to everyone in this auditorium today, don't wait for the time to pass you by before you realize you need to appreciate it. Seize the moment now. Go on that late night adventure with your friends, go to that dinner with your family, or go out and do that thing you haven't had the guts to do yet. Regardless, go make it happen before it's too late. Bill Watterson said it best when he said, "We're so busy watching out for what's just ahead of us that we don't take time to enjoy where we are." What we have in front of us every day is a gift. To really appreciate that fact is to recognize where you are now. Instead of looking how much further you have to go, look at how far you have already come. So take a moment whenever things get hard and ground yourself. Be where your feet are, and everything will fall into place. Thank you.
Whether it's internal or external, everyone is fighting a battle, some of which you can't see. And yet, we judge each other based on the smallest things in life: clothes, looks, opinions, and mistakes. When I entered high school as a freshman, my biggest fear wasn't failing a test or getting lost in the halls. It was not being able to fit in and ultimately being judged. I was constantly concerned about how I looked, what I wore, what I said, and how I came across to others. That fear shaped more of my decisions than I'd like to admit. Every move I made was calculated, filtered through a fear of someone else's opinion. But now, as a senior standing up here today, giving a speech I never imagined I'd have the courage to give, I can honestly say that fear no longer controls me, and I've grown out of it. And in doing so, I've learned how to be myself and become the person I am today. Whether you're someone who's loud or quiet, dresses one way or another, posts on social media or not, the hard truth is, someone, somewhere, is going to have something to say about it. Hi, my name is Susanna Daybeck, and today, I want to remind you that if someone's talking about you, just let them, because you don't owe anyone silence or change. Their opinions don't define you, and they certainly shouldn't control you. Because at the end of the day, it's your life, and not anyone else's. So live it in a way that brings you joy, not in a way that keeps others comfortable. Step out of your comfort zone and leave people speechless. When you let go of that constant worry of others' opinions of you, you learn to focus on you and become the best version of yourself. Throughout high school, you will cross paths with hundreds of people, and the reality is, not everyone will understand and appreciate you. The way you look, how you dress, and how you talk might not reckon with everybody, and that's okay, because what's really important is staying true to yourself and being confident in who you are. For a long time, I let people's opinions get the best of me. I would overthink every little comment, wondering what I did or why someone would say something so hurtful about me. I still remember coming home about a year ago, completely crushed by the things a few people had said about me, ones who I've barely ever spoken to, ones who truly don't know anything about me and the person I am on the inside, and had judged me on what I looked like on the outside. I was super upset by the comments, just trying to understand what I had done wrong. But recently, something in me shifted. I started to let go of that constant need for approval. I realized that someone else's opinion shouldn't bother me or deserve my time to worry about. There will be people that make you feel like you can't necessarily be yourself around them, people you have to tiptoe around and carefully choose your words around just to avoid judgment and hurtful comments. Ones who never really try to understand you, just judge you from what they have seen or heard, and those relationships can make you feel small. I've realized that worrying about what other people have to say only holds you back from living life to the fullest. You shouldn't waste energy worrying about what that girl said, what that boy thinks, or even maybe what that teacher might have assumed. Say what you want to say, wear what you love, join that club that excites you, and talk to the people you're curious about. And let them talk about you if they want to, because soon enough, their words will not matter. What will matter is that you stay true to yourself. Confidence comes from doing what feels right for you, not from fitting into expectations. And confidence won't just come overnight. You have to try something new, even if it feels uncomfortable. Celebrate your wins, even if they're small. Stand up for yourself or what you believe in, and be around people who make you feel good about who you are, and stay away from those who don't. Oprah Winfrey once said, "Surround yourself with people who are going to lift you higher." When you find people who make you feel safe, who support you, who want to see you win, not just because it benefits them, but they genuinely care, that's where your energy should be going.
I'm grateful to say that I've found my people who make me feel welcomed, wanted, and loved. No filters, just my true character around these people. They truly listen when I have something to share and care for me when it's not just convenient for them. I've learned to surround myself with the people I love and lift me higher by supporting me. And those are the people who matter and are worth my time. They remind me that being yourself is only beneficial to you, as it will put you right where you belong and surrounded by the people for you. I know that as teenagers, it's so easy to feel like you need to fit in, but we need to stop caring what other people think. It's obviously easier said than done, but once you learn it, it's freeing. If no one could judge you, what would you do differently? What would you wear, say, or try that you're too scared to now because you're scared of being judged? Whatever your answer is, do it anyway. If you take nothing else from this speech, take this. Nobody is perfect, and until the people talking about you are, you have no reason to let their words hold power over you. Judgment and opinions are unavoidable, but something that is avoidable is regret. So don't hold yourself back. Let them talk and live your life. Thank you.
Opportunities rarely come with flashing lights or loud announcements. More often, they show up in quiet moments when you're tired, unmotivated, or tempted to take the easy way out. It's in those moments that your mindset matters most. Every decision you make, no matter how small it seems, is a chance to move forward or stay where you are. Choosing discipline over comfort, effort over excuses, and action over hesitation is what separates growth from stagnation. In life, success isn't about waiting for the perfect chance. It's about recognizing the value of the chances you already have and having the courage to take them. The way you approach these moments, the attitude you bring, can shape not just your day, but your future. Because when you seize the opportunity, you take control of your path. Everyone has been there. You get out of school after a long day of teachers yapping in your ears, and you just want to go home. For some people, that is the reality. You get out of school, go home, sit down on the couch, and get comfortable. The truth is that my life was once like that. There was a time, freshman year, when I was faced with a decision. As a freshman, we were still able to leave early if we had study halls, and I was one of the lucky kids to have a study hall final period. I left the school with some of my classmates and began to walk to Powerhouse. However, I was hesitant. I said to myself that I should just go home and that I could work out another day. I was planning on calling my mom and having her pick me up from the gym parking lot, all because I was feeling lazy. Despite my negative thoughts, I said to myself that, hey, I might as well stick it out because I had already walked all this way. I encouraged myself to go, and it ended up being a great workout, making me feel more confident just because I had done it even when I didn't want to. Because I told myself that I would just do it, it changed my perspective on good habits and mindset. When you believe you can do something, you are already halfway there. Life presents you with opportunities every day. It's a matter of whether you are willing to go out and take the leap towards success or shy away from it and remain the same. It is going to be hard. You are going to want to live a comfortable life where instead of bettering yourself, you go home, lay down, and scroll on your phone, which is getting you nowhere and wasting your time and your energy. If you take the chance and actually do whatever you told yourself you would do, life will reward you in the end. Attitude is everything. For those of you in this room who strongly dislike having to do homework or study, I 100% agree with you. More often than not, schoolwork can feel like just another chore that has to be done. Some people have more important things to worry about, like their personal hobbies or other commitments that they might have. The majority of the time, I find myself constantly putting off studying or doing homework because I was focused on my hobbies rather than school. And while it is important to be able to relax and enjoy yourself, the reality is that you need to get your work done or else you will fail. Instead of telling yourself that you will do something, you should take steps in order to get it done. For instance, when I dread studying for an assignment, I prepare myself by saying that I'm going to do this right here and right now. This is important because it changes the way you think about the work you have to do. As a student athlete, I know how challenging it can be to endure a full day of school, with tests and other assignments seeming to take the energy right out of you. There are some days where practice seems like a nightmare because of how exhausted you are after all your schoolwork. But guess what? You knew it wasn't going to be easy. When you think you are tired and don't want to practice, that is exactly how you're going to feel. By changing your mindset to actually believing in what you are doing, it changes your outlook on life. Showing up to school confident because you actually sat there and studied like you said you would, and running out onto the field, screaming and yelling because you are happy to be there is a much better feeling than feeling tired and unmotivated. By taking small steps in order to achieve your goals, you make your dreams become reality. Instead of moping around because you have a test tomorrow, instead, sit your butt down in your chair and study until you're confident enough to get a 100. Attitude is everything. There will be times where you feel like quitting and giving up. That's just how life is. It's a matter of what you do when you face adversity and overcome the obstacles in your life. Having played lacrosse in high school, I know just how that feels. I know what it feels like to hit rock bottom and to think to myself that there is no coming back from this. However, if I learned one thing, it's that no matter how you are feeling and what your circumstances are, giving up is not an option. What matters most is that when you hit rock bottom, the only place to go is up. Despite being at a low point and feeling at an all-time low, my teammates and I stuck it out and we began to see progress. When we all shared a common goal and gave each other our all, our success was already predetermined. A deterrent for many people is that they do not see results right away. One example could be when everyone says that their New Year's resolution is to start hitting the gym. Most quit a week or two into their resolution. Why? Because they are not seeing results right away. One thing that always helps to remind me that success is gradual and doesn't just happen overnight is something so simple as brushing my teeth. Something so simple, but it holds the answer. If you have yellow teeth and brush your teeth once, what's going to happen? Nothing. If you brush your teeth for a week, you might just start to see a little more whiteness in your smile. But if you brush your teeth every single day, no matter what happens, for 1 month, 2 months, and so on, I guarantee you will see results and that everything you have done will have paid off. Positive habits help serve as a guide toward achieving your goals and making your dreams a reality. After being elected as a captain for 2 years, one thing that stuck with me and that I hope sticks with all of you is that attitude is contagious. Having a positive attitude and a strong mindset is the utmost important key to opportunity and success in life. Attitude in life is what can make or break your day, your week, and your whole outlook can change how you view your life and your circumstances. You can't always control your environment or other people, but what you can control is your attitude, and that has the potential of changing everything in your life. Thank you.
Stop putting yourself last. It is hard to realize you are truly putting yourself last because you may have convinced yourself you are truly happy, but that is not always the truth. When I was sitting in these same seats, as you all are, during senior speeches my freshman year, I would have thought the words I am giving to you now are ridiculous. But as I've grown, I have been unlucky enough to experience the firsthand impacts of putting yourself last, which is why I am up here speaking to all of you. Hi. My name is Elise Nimick, and I'm here to tell you why you need to stop putting yourself last. As a young girl, I was taught to hide my emotions. Society doesn't care what you think or how you feel, so act as an empty shell. Unfortunately, that advice was the sad truth I learned very quickly. People ridiculed me in elementary school for acting out because of fear due to the emotional issues that came from being a young girl with ADHD. Peers and parents
would laugh at me, and nobody wanted to be friends with me. And as a little girl, that was hard to cope with. So, I grew up putting myself last. In order to be liked, to be seen, be appreciated, I cannot show my emotions, share my feelings, or discuss my hardships. During those years, I spent a lot more time with my own thoughts and the laughter and the memories I had made with my family, since I had little friends. However, that was my first step towards gaining that self-respect. Even though it sounds sad that I grew up with little friends, I actually learned a lot about myself, and I grew emotionally and gained interests that make me happy even now. So, maybe go help your mom pick some flowers one day for that bouquet she places on the counter, even though you're allergic to it, or go with your dad to that soccer game he really wanted to see with you, or rewatch the entire Harry Potter movie series in 2 days just to relive your childhood because it makes you that happy. You will love yourself a lot more and realize how cool you are when you spend some time alone for a while. And once you do that, you will start putting yourself first more often. Yet, as the years went by, nothing really changed, however. I gained more friends, but I lost them as easily as I gained them because I didn't truly love myself yet. Unfortunately, the summer going into my senior year, my grandfather passed away from lung cancer, and I let myself go. It's hard to admit, but I had no friends and no outlet because my grandfather was my best friend and my favorite person who had been my biggest supporter since birth. He passed away July 14th while I was on vacation, and I said goodbye to him at 2 a.m. over FaceTime. His last words to me were, "I love you, Ellie," and that is something that constantly rings in my head, even at this moment. It was hard for me after that to realize he was never truly gone, because I was a 17-year-old girl who had never truly experienced grief before. I never really talked about my grandfather's story either, to avoid being overdramatic and to gain friends again. I didn't realize there were so many different ways of putting yourself first, and what I truly needed was boundaries and reflection. I never took the time to figure out my boundaries and reflect on myself, and so I hopped back into multiple friendships that truly ruined friendships for me for a while. I want you all to learn that some friendships are not built to withstand countless FaceTime calls and text messages. Some friendships thrive off of maybe an occasional hangout or text every message every month. And maybe that's something you need to try. When I was constantly out and about with people, when I was still a low point in my life, I let people walk all over me. What I really needed was to put a boundary between my friendships. Maybe that is something you all need to do as well, to truly understand how you can be a good friend and be kind to yourself. While I was writing the speech, I thought it'd be difficult to find a quote that fit my message, especially because I had so many different stories throughout my life that need to fit under one umbrella. Yet, this quote from Mira Ladul Singh applies in the most perfect way. You don't need to live to fulfill others' expectations. Live for yourself, love yourself, and do not let them tell you that it is selfish. The thing is, I let those people tell me I was selfish, and in doing so, I wrecked not just my mental health, but my physical health. My health took a turn for the worst, beginning of senior year, and my parents, my sister, and even myself wonder what was wrong with me. I've gone through many different medications, doctors, and blood work, with many more to go to help myself. But even as I'm speaking to you all currently, I am still not healthy. Even if I look it, because I let those people tell me I was selfish. So I want you to do the opposite. Ignore those people who tell you that you are selfish. Push that boundary between, and then reflect. If you are truly fearing, undermined, and unappreciated, take a step back and maybe even end that friendship. Every one of you in the audience is special and truly amazing, so do not let others tell you that you aren't, and put yourself first. Appreciate yourself for the growth you have done and the more you can do, because each and every one of you are amazing. I am proud of myself for who I have become. I used to think that people remembered and cared about my past, but they don't. I realized all of those lonely memories were just a part of my journey towards growth and putting myself first. I have done so many amazing things that people remember me by now that I've forgotten all about my past and the days I was walked all over on. So, when you go home today, I want you to remember me and the stories I have shared with you. I want you to know, as well, that if nobody sees you for how amazing you are, that is wrong, because I do. And I hope you will too, even if it takes some time. So, start putting yourself first instead of last. Thank you.
If we're being real, envy is one of those emotions that no one really wants to admit to feeling. But let's face it, we've all felt it. Whether it was watching someone else win an award you worked just as hard for, or seeing the spotlight land on someone else when you feel ready to shine, it's there. I used to think that envy meant I wasn't good enough or up to par. But over time, I realized that the spotlight isn't restricted. It can be shared. And just because someone else is shining doesn't mean you can't too. Hi, I'm Jalen Ann, and today I want to talk about how we should learn to stop competing for light and rather start standing in it with others. For most of my life, I was an only child. My family constantly showered me with attention, and I was used to never-ending praise. It was when I was 11 years old that my world flipped upside down. On April 21st, 2018, my brother was born, on the same day that I had a dance competition. People were swarming around me, asking hundreds of questions about the baby, and none about me. This was supposed to be my special day, to celebrate my practice and hard work. Yet, I didn't feel special. I thought that this feeling would go away after a couple of months, but I was wrong. At school, people would talk about my brother. At home, all eyes were on my brother. Even on holidays, it was all about my brother. And even though I loved him, a part of me felt forgotten, as if I was left in the dark. I didn't want to feel that way, but I couldn't help it. It was like someone else had stepped into the light that used to be all mine. But as I got older, I started to see things differently. I became someone that he looked up to, someone he leaned on. Watching him grow, fail, and learn taught me that leadership isn't always about being noticed, it's about being there. I discovered how to celebrate someone else's progress without needing it to reflect on me. His joy became my joy. The envy I once felt started to fade, replaced by a sense of purpose. I realized that sharing the spotlight didn't mean I was losing it. It meant I was gaining someone to share it with. I wasn't out of the spotlight. I had just learned to stand beside someone else in it. That same shift happened again when I got to high school, but this time it wasn't about family, it was about school. Growing up, I was always the smart one. Teachers commended me, classmates came to me for help, and I built a lot of my identity around being at the top. However, when I entered high school, that changed. I was suddenly surrounded by students who were just as talented and driven, if not more. I remember getting my first grade back that wasn't the highest in the class and thinking to myself, am I not smart anymore? It's hard to admit, but I felt envious. Not because I wanted other people to do bad, but because I missed being the one that people noticed. For years, I let that jealousy consume me and my confidence. But here's what I wish someone had told me at the time. Just because someone else is ahead doesn't mean you're behind. Other people's success doesn't cancel out yours. I started celebrating their accomplishments while still working towards my own goals. When you let go of comparison and start cheering others on, you'll find a different kind of strength. Not in always being the best, but being supportive. You'll find a sense of security in your own path. I wasn't falling behind, I was just growing differently. And you are too. You don't lose anything by supporting someone else. The spotlight isn't limited to just one person. It moves, shifts, and sometimes shines the brightest when we take a moment to step back and cheer someone else on. A quote from Harold Coffin states, "Envy is the art of counting the other fellow's blessings instead of your own." For a long time, that's exactly what I was doing. I was counting other successes, not even thinking about mine. I was so focused on looking at what everyone else had that I overlooked everything I was creating in my own life. The late night studying, the growth I endured, and the bond formed with my brother. Envy does strange things to us. It sits in our minds, controlling our thoughts, making us believe we aren't worth as much as we really are. Looking back, I used to think that envy was something to be ashamed of, to push down or pretend I didn't feel it. But now I know that it's not the feeling itself that matters, it's what we do with it. When my little brother was born, I could have let jealousy take over, wishing I was still the center of attention. And when I started high school and no longer felt capable of my abilities, I could have shut down. Leaning into love and responsibility, I learned to appreciate those around me and recognize that someone's success doesn't destroy my own. We live in a world full of comparison. Social media, awards, grades, it's easy to feel like we're falling behind. But what if we stopped seeing life as a competition and started seeing it as a shared experience? What if we chose to be proud of others without questioning our own worth? There's space for us all to succeed. There is space for us all to shine. The spotlight was never meant for just one person. And when we help others step into the light, we don't lose ours. We become the reason it shines brighter. Thank you.
How many of you wake up on a Saturday morning, nothing to do? You start thinking, I should really clean my room. Sounds like a solid plan, but just 30 minutes in, you receive a text from some friends inviting you to brunch. Of course. You jump at the chance and say, absolutely. Just when you're getting excited, an hour later your phone rings. It's work. They've got 2 people out sick and need you to come in as soon as possible. You become conflicted. You want to see your friends, but need the money. You also already promised you would clean your room. What do? How do you choose? Hello, my name is Allie Chase, and I am here today to share with you my experience with the balance scale. The balance scale is used to measure the mass or weight of objects by comparing them to known weights. What if I told you your life is like a balance scale? You may not know me, but if you did, most of you would probably sum up my life with the same word: busy. I spent my high school years always doing something. I wanted to be as involved as I could, and I loved trying new things. People looking at me from afar wondered how I could manage all of my extracurriculars and still take care of myself. Well, it was not energy drinks or coffee or neglecting other vital aspects of my life. I mastered the art of having balance. Balance is important to have in life for many reasons. One of the reasons is for your own health. When I got my first job working at a summer camp, I thought it was going to be the best thing. Who wouldn't want to get paid to play with kids outside all day? But I was far from understanding the effect this job would have on my life. While I truly enjoyed my job, I began to recognize the various drawbacks that came with it. I found myself spending less and less time with my friends and family. I was so focused on working hard to earn money that I could save up for trips and have fun, I didn't realize that the people who motivated me to put in the work were starting to fade from my life. Overworking myself then led to burnout. I was super exhausted all of the time, and it started to take a pretty big toll on my health. It took some time, but I got myself back together and learned if I was going to continue my job at summer camp, something had to change. I gradually realized that to tackle this issue that had been burdening me, I needed to find balance, not just in my work, but across all areas of my life. It was essential to align my financial ambitions with my professional responsibilities. Additionally, maintaining an active social life and prioritizing my physical health were equally important. One key aspect of achieving balance in life is prioritization. It's essential to manage your time effectively, but remember, it's just as important not to overschedule yourself. As Lorelai Gilmore from the show Gilmore Girls once said, I can be flexible. As long as everything is exactly the way I want, I'm totally flexible. This quote resonated a lot with me because I feel it was a similar representation of how I am. I have always been rather particular and favored having a set schedule, but I've learned it doesn't have to be that way. I used to cram in every activity, every outing, every job hour I could into my day, but there was never enough time. This is when it became clear to me that it was okay to not be able to do it all, and I had to accept that. You can't always attend every work event or take every shift, and that's okay. There is no such thing as having the perfect amount of everything in your life. I tried to have a perfectly packed schedule, but it lacked balance, which only created more stress for myself. You don't always have to juggle everything at once. Focus on creating balance. By slowly integrating new responsibilities into your life, the only way to get to where you want to be is to start by taking small steps and small changes, one at a time. It took time to comprehend, but the thing that helped me most was simple: mindfulness. I had to be self-aware of the fact that I was just doing too much. I learned how to set boundaries and say no. I began to not cover every shift all of the time, and I wasn't constantly saying yes to my friends. I realized that living with intention was about the only thing I could do to maintain a healthy and balanced life all of the time.
Living with intention means being proactive about aligning your actions with your goals. I'd like to leave you with one last thought. If you were to go home right now, what is one thing you think you could change or do better to add just a little more balance to your life? The use of the balance scale analogy is the reason I conquered my life, and I believe you can conquer yours too. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our first block of speeches for today. If I could just have you give these wonderful folks a round of applause one more time. We hope to see some of you again as the day progresses. Have a wonderful day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the final folks start trickling in, if I could just have your attention, please. Thank you so much for being here today for our final words of wisdom. If you were not with us last period, I just want to bring up a couple reminders. Please note that these students have been working diligently and passionately on their words of wisdom. They have polished their words for you today. So if you could please tune in and not tune out and ensure that those cell phones, earbuds, headphones, and all the other distractions are away, it would be greatly appreciated. I'm wildly proud of all these students, and I'm certain you will be as well. We need every minute this period, so we are going to get going. If you're still coming in, just please do so quietly. Thank you so much.
Change is the only thing that is consistent in life. You can let change get to you in the worst ways, but the biggest lesson you will learn from change is to let it help you grow as a person. We have all faced changes, big and small, some planned, some unexpected. Your life will not stay the same forever. Good morning. I'm Amelia Chenault, and I'm here to tell you why I believe that change is life's biggest gift. Change brings on a list of emotions. Whether it's the loss of a loved one or a new job, we all respond to change with many feelings. I understand that most of you have something new going on in your life. Some of you are thinking about college, dealing with different life situations. Some of you just started high school this year. No matter what it is or how you feel, change is bound to happen. Everyone grows with time and is shaped by their experiences. Next time change finds you, I want you to ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How is this an opportunity to grow? John C. Maxwell once said, change is inevitable, growth is optional. I've heard this quote before, but I never fully understood the weight of these words until I was 14 years old and I thought my life was over. I was being forced to move 1,341 miles away from everything and everyone I had ever known to some little town called Berlin, Connecticut, I never heard of. Little did I know, 5 years later, I would be more confident, find academic success, and have the best friends I've ever had and more. It was through the turmoil from that move that I evolved into the person I am today. We moved to Connecticut in the fall of 2020 at the beginning of my 8th grade year. I did not know anybody and had never been to Connecticut. Initially, I resisted what was happening. I blamed all the different circumstances for my unhappiness. Everything in my life felt unfamiliar. The culture, the way people dressed and carried themselves, I did not have much confidence in myself, which led me to doubt myself. A small failure in school snowballed into what I believed my worth to be. Who I was socially affected my everyday mood. I felt isolated from other people, feeling like I did not belong. I was the girl from Arkansas, and negative assumptions were already made about me before I had walked into school for the first time. Things turned around for me during the end of freshman year when I realized I am responsible for my own accomplishments and happiness. I began striving for success, taking chances socially, and believing in myself. Instead of staying in a small circle, I went out and attempted to find myself by creating new friends and trying new activities. It's not going to be easy, but if you allow it to, change can push you out of your comfort zone and into the best version of yourself. Instead of seeing change as something scary or painful, see it as a challenge, an opportunity. Some changes, like my move to Connecticut, come with lots of planning and advance notice. Other changes are thrust upon us with no warnings whatsoever. When things suddenly turn our lives upside down, it helps us learn what is truly important to us. At the beginning of sophomore year, unbeknown to us, a fire had been growing within our walls. It left me shocked and forced me to take a step back and show me what is important in my life, what my priorities are. I became more grateful, more grounded, and had a better understanding of what really counts. All of us will and have faced moments that test you. And when these moments come, when plans fall apart, when life doesn't go according to script, we have to move forward. We won't grow when things are easy and predictable. We grow when we are tested. After the fire, we moved a lot. We ended up living in a rented house in Manchester. This suddenly impacted my day-to-day life, living 30 minutes away from my school and friends. We have all felt like we are out of control. When something we count on is suddenly taken from us, we are left feeling unsteady. It doesn't have to be a move or a fire, but maybe a lost opportunity, broken relationship, or a shift in life you could never see coming. Again, like I had done with the move, I began to get upset at the circumstances and focus on all the wrong things. Instead of focusing on the good and the things that I can control within myself, I only focused on the bad. Despite all the shock and inconvenience of being displaced, my priorities began to shift. I realized that the most important thing wasn't the house or the belongings in it, it was that my family was safe. The circumstances of the fire could have had a very different and devastating outcome. I also realized we were so fortunate to be able to go to hotels and nice rented houses. Most of all, I realized that everything can change in a moment, so we shouldn't take anything for granted. I had gained something valuable from this experience, a deep appreciation for the things and people I have. This is something I never really thought about before. Maybe you have lost a friendship, faced a setback in school, had a family change. It's so much easier to get caught up and focus on the negative things and to only focus on what is lost. But during these times, it's important to remember that it's through these rough times and changes when you are able to find yourself and what you value most. In the end, change is not something you should approach with fear. Take it head on, embrace it. It shapes who you are, challenges you, and gives you the chance to become the greatest version of yourself. My personal experiences have shown me that in the most uncertain moments, growth is possible. While you can't control what happens to you, you will always be able to control how you choose to respond. Thank you.
You never know when your whole life will flip upside down. You never know when life can change in an instant. You never know. There are going to be small difficulties in all of your day-to-day lives. And if you are lucky enough, you have had a life-altering challenge. Yes, I said lucky. I said this because these unexpected life-changing events make all of you who have had a major event in your lifetime the person you are now. As I could confidently say, none of us want these things to happen, as they are so frightening and awful, especially for a kid. We have to embrace these moments. Hi, I'm Joey Francolangia, and I am here to explain why we have to embrace the unexpected. Challenges can feel like they break us, but they also build us. I've learned this through my own experience, which I will share with you today. Every single one of you in this room could be having or have had a life-changing challenge in the past, which could be something similar or different to mine. We need to persevere through these times. We need to combat these issues and face them head on. We need to lead the younger generation by example. We need confidence from knowing that our actions influence others, which inspires those around us to find their own strength. Finally, we need to appreciate the little things, as you'll never know when you'll reminisce on those times. Challenges come and go, but some feel like a never-ending road. Personally, I've had a journey which still affects me today. It started when I was in 6th grade,
when my mother got diagnosed with a glioblastoma brain tumor. She was a fighter and fought until she no longer could. Her long-fought battle ended in the spring of 2021. This experience is something I do not wish upon anyone and was the hardest thing I've ever had to go through. But I can say it has changed my perspective on life and the importance of cherishing every moment. Moreover, it has shaped me into the person I am today. My mother exemplified strength in the face of adversity. She is the strongest person I've ever met. I look up to her every day, hoping to be half as strong as she was. She was bedbound for 15 months. Eventually, she could not move anymore, and still, every day, when I got home from school, she had the biggest smile on her face, happy to see her children, because she never knew when the last time she could spend time with us would be. Rather, in heaven, where she is now, guiding me and my brother to be the young men we are today. This positivity, even in her final days, should inspire us to find strength in our lives. Appreciation, the smallest things, now carry a meaning because I know how quickly life can change. You cannot prepare for everything, but can grow from anything. At a young age, I was more mature than others, which made me a leader to my brother. I was a quiet leader. Instead of talking to him, I led with action. I did not talk to my brother about our grief. Rather, I showed him how to live and move on, which is what my mother wanted. I kept busy, always doing something, whether it was soccer, biking, golfing, selling shoes, or something as simple as helping my father around the house. With this, my brother joined me in everything. He even started having the same hobbies as me. Sometimes the loudest guidance is silent. Through our shared silent grief, we shared a bond like no other. I learned that true leadership is about having the confidence to act, even when words fail. My quiet actions spoke volumes, demonstrating that strength is often found in what we do rather than what we say. Looking back at these moments as I leave for college and I am not going to be living in the same space as my brother, I realize I was not just trying to cope with him. I was preparing him for when I am not going to be there with him anymore. What I did now, he can translate with his friends and others, which will create new relationships and keep other ones strong. So, be a leader, because this will equip others around you to face life's challenges on their own. YOLO, you only live once. TGIF, thank God it's Friday. These are sayings my mother always said. This realization fuels my confidence to live fully. Embracing challenges and leading by example not only enriches my life, but also empowers those around me to grow and thrive. When I look back and remember these times she said these comments, I realize these were reminders to appreciate the moment, even small ones, like it's Friday, or being terrified waiting in line for a roller coaster. YOLO. Cherish life's moments. Know each day is a gift. Even when you're in pain, gratitude is a form of strength. Be grateful, because there's always someone who's going through worse than me and all of you. Be grateful, because there's always something to smile about. Now, I live differently. I try to find joy in the simple things, just like she did. If you're going through something unexpected right now, or if you ever do, know that you are not alone. Know that there are people around you that will give guidance and support, even when you feel alone and think there's no one. So help out the ones around you and be a leader. Know that these moments might just be the ones that shape you the most. So yes, YOLO, you only live once. That's exactly why you have to live fully. Lead by example. Appreciate the little things. Face challenges head on. Be strong when it matters the most. There are going to be many times in all of your lives that are going to be tough, but you have a choice. Give up or grow. Sometimes being strong is not just about you. It's about the people around you who are quietly watching, learning, and growing, just because you showed them how. Thank you.
Look around this room. These are faces you'll remember 20 years from now. The people who have been through it all with you. I see people who are capable of amazing things. Not because we're special, but because we're willing to try. Willing to fail, and willing to try again. Remember when you were a kid and you jump in the pool without checking how cold it was? That's the energy we need to bring back. That fearlessness. Hi, I'm Alexander Donraj, and I'm here to tell you that it's important to keep your spark alive. If you had told me a year ago that I'd be up here giving this speech, I honestly would have believed you. Not because I had everything figured out, but because I knew something had to change. This past year, I've pushed myself harder than ever before. I've taken risks, failed more times than I can count, and discovered what it really meant to have that spark inside you, the kind that can light up everything around you. How many of you have ever felt completely stuck, like you're just going through the motions? I know I did. When that happened last year, I created what I called my one tiny change per day challenge. Some days that meant raising my hand in class even when I wasn't totally sure the answer. Other days it meant getting the ball rolling on that project that has been on the back burner. Sound familiar? These moments when you want to do something but you talk yourself out of it are exactly where change starts. Change doesn't come from perfection, it comes with persistence. It's about sticking with something when anyone else would quit. How many of you had started something and then given up on it when it got hard? I almost did that too. But I learned that success isn't about being the smartest person in the room. It's about being the one who stays up until 3 a.m. because you care about the details. It's about bouncing back when things go wrong, and trust me, they will. That's where your spark becomes a fire. Look around the room again. Really look. These are the people who have seen you at your worst. Remember that time that you completely bombed a presentation? They were there. They've also seen you at your best. That moment when you nailed the solo in choir or scored a game point. We've all walked the same hallways, survived the same cafeteria food, and stressed about the same impossible test. But now we're all heading in completely different directions. Some of you know exactly where you're going. Others are still figuring it out. And you know what? That's exactly how it should be. Here's what I want you to remember. The world doesn't need us to be perfect. It needs us to be brave enough to try. How many opportunities have you missed because you were waiting for the perfect moment? I used to do that all the time. But perfect moments don't exist. We create them by taking action. I'll be honest. There were nights where I'd lie in bed, scrolling through Instagram, watching people my age who seemed to have it all figured out. Kids starting companies that were making millions, influencers with perfect lives, classmates who looked like they'd never struggled with anything in their life. I'd compare my behind the scenes to their highlight reel and feel like I was falling behind. But here's what I realized. When I was busy watching other people's lives, I wasn't living my own. As Steve Jobs once said, your time is limited. So don't waste it living someone else's life. We can either spend our time scrolling through other people's highlights, or we can get busy creating our own stories worth telling by doing one brave thing every day, even if it scares us. We've spent 4 years learning how to follow instructions, meet deadlines, and get the right answer. But you know what? The real world doesn't have answer keys. It's time for us to write our own questions. Time to create something that didn't exist before we showed up. And when you feel scared or uncertain, because you will, remember that everyone in this room is feeling the same way. We're all figuring it out together. So whether you're heading off to college, starting a job, or still figuring it out, keep that spark alive. Thank you to everyone who's been a part of this journey.
Adapt, change, and overcome. These are the words my father has said to me close to 1,000,000 times. The words I was honestly once sick of, but now take for granted. When there's a puddle on the ground, the average person would just jump right over it or go right around it. But what happens when we jump straight into that puddle? Why not create that big splash and clear out the puddle? Hello, students and staff. My name is Samantha Harton, and I am here today to tell you why you should face your challenges head on instead of going around them. Or as my father would say, adapt, change, and overcome the challenge ahead. Although I am telling everyone to overcome their challenges, I was once the person who would sweep them under the rug. One would say, I went around the puddle. If facing a challenge seemed too big to me, I would push it off or fix it later when I had to. Although this seemed like a good idea in the moment, I was faced with bigger challenges later on. What I thought was good for me at the time ended up doing more harm than good. To know me is to know I'm a very anxious person, and I know many people in the crowd share that same experience. But not only was my anxiety coming from natural causes, it was also coming from what I would later on know as POTS. POTS, or postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, is a condition that causes a number of symptoms transitioning from lying down to standing up. Symptoms such as fast heart rate, dizziness, fatigue, and many more. POTS can also be triggered by anxiety, causing me to get dizzy in class. At first, I started out by not going to class simply because I was scared. I was terrified. I would sit in my chair and all of a sudden feel a spell of dizziness as the world spun uncontrollably around me. This fear kept me from valuable class time, resulting in me falling behind on schoolwork and once again, deserting me from truly confronting the challenges I needed to face head on. If I had simply faced the challenge ahead, I would have kept up on my schoolwork, not fallen behind, and my grades and teachers would have definitely thanked me. Thankfully, Ms. Letourneau, who I would consider my rock, has helped me through this challenging time. One thing about POTS is there's no cure. There's no medication you can take, surgery you could get. More or less, you just have to deal with it. Finally, after facing this challenge after 2 years, helped me adapt to a new lifestyle, change the way I thought and treated my syndrome, and overcome the challenge. If I had never gotten over my fear, my POTS would have worsened exponentially, an impossible task with the symptoms I'd once faced. This experience has taught me while I didn't want to face the challenge ahead, I had to. If there's anything you're going to learn from me in this moment, face your challenges head on. As Miley Cyrus would say in her song The Climb, there's always going to be another mountain. I'm always going to want to make it move. There's always going to be an uphill battle. Sometimes you're going to have to lose. One would say my second mountain of a challenge came in January 2024. You would think I would have learned my lesson about overcoming challenges and listening to my father's words, but as one would expect, I did not. I mean, what can I say? I'm just slightly stubborn. In January, when my father told me he was sick, renal cell carcinoma, my world had just stopped spinning. Nothing made sense anymore. I mean, the healthiest person I knew had cancer. Instead of adapting to the new situation, I froze in my tracks and shut down. Instead of climbing over that mountain and getting through the challenge, I simply turned around, went home, and locked the door. Instead of even thinking about adapting to the new challenge ahead, I simply lost. I guess you could say, sometimes you're going to have to lose. March 25th, 2024 was the day that I learned what it truly meant to adapt, change, and overcome. The outcome of my father's surgery was unclear until he came out. The hardest pill to swallow was knowing that I could not control the outcome and I had to adapt to any changes coming my way. Now, thankfully, my father turned out okay, but we've all faced moments in our life where we cannot control the situation. We feel powerless, and it's like you feel powerless, and it's almost like you're watching a movie of your life. In that moment of waiting for my father, I learned something powerful. The best way I could handle change is not to resist it, but to adapt with it. Every single person in the audience right now is going to go through some challenge at some point in their life. Within these moments, you can choose to step back or face the challenge ahead and step up. If you're going to learn anything from me in this speech, let it be that you have to face the challenges ahead. So next time life puts a puddle in your way, don't walk around it, jump right in and make a splash. Adapt, change, and overcome the challenge ahead. Thank you.
Life is a peculiar thing. Sometimes people are broken by it. Sometimes people may feel completely helpless and defeated at times. But regardless of the situation you're in or what you're going through, life moves on. Since we can't stop the things life has to throw at us, we must learn ways to overcome these obstacles. One way that I believe has worked for me is always looking towards the bright side. Hi, my name is Lucas Revenaugh, and whether you think this idea may seem simple, I believe it is the simplest things we do in life that allow us to see the bright side. One key example is making your bed in the morning. It's the easiest thing to do, yet none of us ever want to do it. Why? Because it seems like it's too difficult in the moment. Just like it may seem too difficult to do anything in the moment when we are faced with adversity or bigger issues we all may have to face later on in life. Many of us get stuck in the moment when we are faced with something out of the norm. It could be anything, and yet most people, including myself, are easily overwhelmed with anxiety and stress and sometimes doubt. In fact, right now I feel a little bit like that talking in front of all of you. But regardless of the situation you're in and what you're going through, it is important to stay positive in moments of stress. I've had to experience many things that kids my age should not have to go through, especially before even getting into high school. I hope that some of my life experiences can allow me to be more relatable and allow some of you to hopefully try and see the bright side like I do. Before I started high school, I had to go through the loss of both of my parents passing away, which took a big toll on my brothers and me, both physically and emotionally. Through all of this, I remember there's one key thing I like to think about that helped me get to the other side of my emotions, and that was believing that everything happens for a reason. I don't believe you're going to automatically become successful or famous because of some random event in your life. But what I believe is that everything that happens throughout our lives, the big things that truly have an impact on us, happen because there's a bigger meaning behind it and something we learn and take with us the rest of our lives. There's one quote by Denzel Washington that really stuck with me. He said, "When you fall throughout life, remember this: fall forward." This quote stood out because, one, it made me really think about it since it confused me at first. But two, it can apply to everyone in this crowd. No matter what, you're going to fall in life. But instead of falling backwards and letting all your failures and mistakes get the best of you, fall forward and move past adversity so you can succeed. During my 4 years of high school, I fell a lot, and I did find myself falling backwards at times. Whether it was because of my personal issues, getting a bad grade on a test, or because of all the drama that I might have been involved with, there are little things in life that can catch us off guard and feel like they are defeating us. Losing family members, friends, moving houses, getting an injury. No matter how significant the issue is, it can seem in a lot of ways like there is no way to get around it. Looking towards the bright side in these moments is key to staying happy and moving past adversity. I had to go through moving houses a couple times in my 4 years. From my family home where I grew up with two parents to an apartment where I lived with my big brother and twin, to now a house where I live with my twin brother and two guardians. I was put in a lot of unstable situations throughout high school. That meant for the majority of these 4 years, I had to stay on top of doing my own laundry, making myself my own lunch, along with studying and doing homework for all of the classes I took. Even through all of this stress, I've always seen the bright side. Now, I know a lot of you might be thinking how I automatically see the positive and stay myself, and it's partly because I learned to love everything about life. Life is not supposed to be peaches and roses. It was not designed that way. If it is for you, then all of the power to you, but I know for most of you it's not. Life is about having fun and living to your full potential. When you're in a situation where you can't stop thinking about anything but the bad, think to yourself, who are you? Who would you want your future self and others to see you as? Stop worrying so much about things you can't change and just live your life. Not everyone gets to be born into this world, and we just happen to be the lucky ones. So embrace that concept, and don't let the things life has to throw at you change who you are and what your passions are. Keep smiling when everything might seem like it's falling apart.
Laugh when things aren't going the way you want them to. Be kind to others, even when they're not being kind to you, and you will always look towards the bright side. Thank you.
Keep raising the bar. Something that we're always told, but what if that bar is too high? What if we miss the bar and know it? Do we keep reaching, or do we simply fall? My name's Nathan DeJacme, and today I want everyone to think of where they set their own bar. Are you struggling to reach your bar, or are you content with where you are? One might think that a constant struggle to reach your bar is the only problem, but remaining content with where you are is equally as restricting. If you're struggling to reach your bar over and over again, it can make you feel tired, and you'll just stop trying to reach it. On the contrary, if you're content with where you are all the time, it'll cause you to remain stagnant, and you won't see any growth. Depending on where you stand on this scale, most of our expectations, our bars, are originally set with our parents. To me, my parents had clear expectations. Get stellar grades, go to an amazing college, make 6 figures, and have an amazing life. Simple, right? My bar was set high, and missing it was my worst fear. But, like most people with high standards, I missed it. My freshman year, I thought I didn't have to put any effort into my history class. I would submit work late, wouldn't study for tests, and do nothing in class. Needless to say, I didn't have a stellar grade, and seeing it on paper made me feel like a failure. It was when I came home that my mom looked at me and said that if I kept getting grades like that, I should start practicing. You want fries with that? This narrative carried in my head for years, and I kept raising the bar, thinking that it would drive me to work harder. I was wrong. Over time, constantly missing the bar just led me to feel disappointed in my hard work, and I never appreciated it. I was free-falling, and I never grasped my bar. I couldn't even see it. Instead of my thoughts being about the work I did, I focused on what I needed to do, a list that kept on growing the more I thought about it. We've all been there, thinking that we have so much on our plates that we can't get all of it done. It's the high school experience, right? I mean, it's fair to push yourself to hold on to your bar. Maybe you slip off a few times, but you shouldn't be trying to reach it miles above where you are now. I never knew that, and I was too focused on reaching it to realize that the platform I had already built was getting lower and lower. Ask yourself how much you look back at the work you've done. Now, ask yourself if you take the time to appreciate it. Maybe it was recognizing the hours you put into a history slideshow or the days you took to revise your essay for AP Lang. This work is important, as it's the basis of everything you will do. Not being able to recognize the achievements you've already made can cause you to feel like you know absolutely nothing. It happened to me, and it affected my work ethic. I was struggling with even putting out work, as I was so ultimately scared that it would face the same fate as the work before it. Disappointment. Not for me, though, for my parents. If you're telling yourself, hey, that sounds like me, then please rethink where your bar is. Try asking your parents what they think you work before you submit it. I mean, if you're worrying about what they're going to say, why not have them say it beforehand so you can change things that they might not like? If not, you will carry the burden of the thoughts of their disappointment. Expectations as extreme as mine may cause you to end up awake in your room at 3 in the morning thinking about how horrible your work is and worrying about what your parents are going to say when they see the grade you get on it. The crazy thing with my parents is they never did say anything about it, but for some reason, I always thought that they would. I never heard from anyone that my work was bad, so why was I stuck in that mindset? It took me a while to recognize that I may be struggling. So, like most of us do when we need a little support, I turned to my friends. I just wanted to see what they had done to get some ideas for my work. However, it showed me that sometimes turning to your friends is not the solution you should be looking for. When I looked at their work, it was a shock to me to see that they weren't as consumed with it as I was. I would often spend my days sitting at home and trying to make my work perfect. I would sit at home and try to find every fault within my work. I would never appreciate it. However, denouncing my work was not enough. When my friends would show me their work, I would criticize it too. Throughout high school, I often struggled to realize that others had different expectations. I would often hold other people's work to my standards, and even though they may have had their standards that they abide by for their own work, it often led me to think that other people's work was subpar compared to my own. As you could probably tell, this led me to having a lot of disagreements and a lot of arguments with my friends. It took me a while to realize that everyone is going to have their own opinion, but when I realized this, it allowed me to appreciate so much work that others had done. It also allowed me to appreciate work that I had done. Instead of asking your friends how good your work is and then second-guessing their judgments later, ask them how they would have done it, and do so with an open mind. Seeing how others viewed work allowed me to reflect on my standards, and allowed me to lower them to something more realistic. By doing so, I was allowed to build a lot stronger connections with people, and it caused me to have a lot more friends going into this year. It took an incredibly patient group of friends, but eventually they helped me recognize how high my standards were. Sure, it led me to have really good outputs, but it would often come at the cost of my happiness. It's important to recognize that your bar might be too high. If you lower it to something more reasonable, you might be able to build back up to those higher standards. Once I was free of this extremely high bar, it allowed me to accomplish so many things. I was able to take more pride in the things that I had done. I was able to get closer with more of my friends as I could appreciate the things that they had done for me. I also kept up with my work, as I wasn't so concerned about the quality that I wouldn't keep redoing it just to try and fit it to my extremely high standards. Realizing that lowering the bar is sometimes more important than raising it, and realizing this was life-changing for me. And I think more people need to try it. Sure, don't set it too low that you end up remaining stagnant, but don't set it too high that you lose yourself in what you do. Finally, accepting the fact that I had set my standards a little too high allowed me to reflect on what my parents had said to me earlier in life. My parents didn't want me to get amazing grades, they wanted me to get good ones. My parents didn't want me to go to an amazing school, they wanted me to go to a good school. My parents didn't want me to make six figures, they wanted me to be happy with my job. And my parents didn't want me to live an amazing life, they wanted me to live a happy one. Henry Ford once said, "Obstacles are those frightful things you see when you take your eyes off the goal." It's funny that somebody who makes cars was talking about avoiding obstacles, but I get what he was saying. Focusing on not hitting your goal will inhibit you from getting to it. If you keep beating yourself up over what you haven't done, you forget to realize what you have already done and where you're trying to go. Reflecting on my life, I had one question, and now I have it for all of you. When you all leave here today, think to yourself, are you still trying to impress those around you? Or are you just trying to impress yourself? Thank you.
Coming up with an idea for this speech has been one of the hardest assignments I faced in high school. Trying to sum up my entire high school experience into just 6 minutes felt impossible. I kept searching for that one major moment or that life-changing realization to center my speech around, but that one moment never came. This is when I began to truly understand the importance of the small, yet powerful, everyday moments. Good morning, my name is Daphne Smith, and today I want to talk about the hidden impact of minor, often unnoticed moments. These are the moments that shape us quietly and often are the most powerful. Whether good or bad, learning to appreciate the little things helps us to see the true beauty in life. Paying attention to these small things has helped me to find joy in the roughest days. Even though many of us find school challenging, focusing on the positive aspects of an unpleasant experience can totally transform it. I know a lot of us tend to dread walking into school every morning at 7 a.m., but I want you to give it a chance. Next time you walk into the door and immediately want to go home, look around at all the parts of our school that you appreciate. Maybe it's a teacher standing outside of their door or someone randomly saying hi to you in the morning, but look around for those bits of joy because I can promise you there are many. My bits of joy in school have been the people here. Although I push off my work and complain about how stressed I am, the people that fill this school have truly made it enjoyable. I've had Ms. Portal as a teacher for 2 years now, and at the beginning of every class when we do our engagement points, we'd every so often have to write about good news and gratitude in our lives. Starting in speech, she'd remind us how important this document would be for our final speech. There would be days where I'd really struggle to find something good, and during those stressful weeks, it was always the smallest things I'd write down. Everyone would be sharing about getting into colleges or winning a state tournament, and I'd be talking about the things I personally found important, regardless of their size in the grand scheme of things. As I'd be writing down these small successes, like handing in an assignment I'd been pushing off for weeks, or writing about how there'd been nice weather the previous day, I'd think to myself that I would never be writing my final speech about these little things because of how small they were. But here I am, giving my speech about these little things that I would have never imagined would leave that document. With this said, I encourage you, look around and find the good. Whether it's something as small as the sun shining after being cloudy for the past week, or something bigger like finally getting over an argument with someone you care about, find the good. And why? Because noticing these good moments, however small, can completely shift our perspective. Although this may seem easy, sometimes finding good and bad days can be challenging. I remember days going into school wanting nothing more than to be alone. Whether I'd been fighting with a friend or parent or stressed out over a big test or project, I'd push through and go to school. This small act of pushing through those rough days put me in a place where I soon found myself wanting to go to school, even if it was just to socialize. One thing that really motivated me was W's positive quotes. Some weeks, the quote would fly right over my head and leave me feeling like it didn't apply to me, but other times the quote would stick with me for a while. One specific quote I remember was, "You will never know the value of a moment until it becomes a memory," by Dr. Seuss. This may seem like a typical senior quote, one where it becomes real that we're all leaving, but to me, the quote was more. It means moments we take for granted don't mean much to us because of how much we let them pass us by. Although I agree with this quote, I also think we can appreciate and understand the value of a moment way before it becomes a memory. A lot of us tend to brush off every moment to the point where we believe school and social media are the only things that matter. When we brush everything off, we're left with just the things that cause us stress and miss out on the actual value of important moments. This sense of missed moments can often be linked to the world of social media, where we're given a constant stream of likes, comments, and opinions. The ability to see what others think of us can feel like a gift, but also a curse. Having an inside look into their minds can be a struggle. There was a point where I wholeheartedly believed that other people's opinions were such a big deal. I let their opinions consume me and how I was living my life. Now, I don't want this to be about the impacts of social media on mental health, because I'm sure that's something we've all heard before. But I do want to talk about something more personal. Those quiet, everyday moments when online comparison can feel like it's consuming you. For me, I remember times where I'd sit on my phone and say, "Oh, I wish I had this part of this person," or "if only I looked like that or did that one thing." But in reality, what I was missing out on was the little bits of imperfection in their lives. Maybe I did feel this way and that this experience was genuine, but every time I had this internal struggle, I looked around at everything else I had and felt content. Maybe someone looks perfect to you, but you don't know what's behind the screen. I truly believe that this insecurity of how I was when compared to people on social media was given to me because everything else in my life was put into place. All of my little moments I'd experienced ahead of time had prepared me for a time where all I wanted to be was someone else. This small, yet not so small battle I faced was one that I could take on and not let destroy me because I had so many other pieces of my life going for me. I used to think other people's opinions were everything, that the way I lived my life depended on what others thought of me. But in reality, it was a small struggle that just stayed with me. This battle of comparing myself to other people and how we act, look, and live has really been such a minor detail for me, that having had this experience be so small in the grand scheme of things made the situation impact me more. I believe we should appreciate the hard parts of life too, even the small ones. Feeling upset over something like a comment on an Instagram post can shape us deeply, simply because it feels so personal. Growth doesn't just come from the big, joyful moments, it often comes from the small, painful ones. The moments I've shared today, all the little pieces, are what made me who I am. My younger self wouldn't believe I'm standing here right now, talking openly in front of you all. Every small thing we go through builds us, so that when the big moments come, we're ready. I truly believe it's the small moments that prepare us for our big ones. Some small moments, like learning to block out others' opinions or appreciating the little things, give us strength to face larger challenges. So instead of waiting for your big moment, be appreciative of the little ones first. Thank you.
Life is full of failure. Some wins and a lot of losses. There's a difference between losing and learning, and that is what separates the winners and losers. Everyone in their life will fail, no matter if you're the best in the world or just an everyday high schooler. Hello, my name is Hiram Sepulveda, and I'm here to talk to you today about how in life you will take a step back, but afterwards you have to take 3 steps forward. Throughout tough times, you're going to want to quit. When you fail that first test or do not get onto the team you practiced hard for, you have to know how to recover and become a better person. My freshman year of high school, everything went well for me. All my grades were good, and I was doing well in all my classes. My sophomore year, I decided to challenge myself and take AP Bio. Starting off the class, there was a test within the first weeks of school. I studied just how I studied in the past, and when I took the test, I got a 55. An experience like many of you in the crowd have felt, the feeling of failing your first test. For the next exam, I decided to study a little differently. I asked friends what they did to study, I used flashcards, the study guide provided, and I felt confident. I took the test and got a 45, even worse than the first time. And when this happened, I wanted to give up. I was thinking, maybe this class just was not for me. I went and talked to Mr. Wisniewski and was wondering what he had to say about this. He pulled up a slideshow, and it stated, grades are important. You want to do as well as you can on assignments, projects, tests, etc., but you are more than just a grade. Your character, work ethic, attitude, and ability to adapt to change will allow you to go farther in life than solely having good grades. No matter what you get on that test or project, your life will not change. If this happens, you need to take a deep breath, talk to that teacher or friend, and come back stronger for the next test. After hearing this, I decided to stick it out. When it was time for finals, I was prepared and excited. I studied hard, and when it came to taking the test, I got the highest grade I've gotten all year. Throughout failure and tough times in the year, I decided to stick it out and became a better person in the end, which is something important to understand. You do not have to pass everything in order to become a better person. You could fail early on and walk out with knowledge not known before. In my high school career, I've not only failed academically, but I've also not achieved my goals in my extracurricular activities. I've been playing clarinet since 4th grade. Coming into high school, I was excited to play in the band, and for the past 4 years, I've had the opportunities to play with great music and great musicians. This year, during our winter concert, we played a piece that had a clarinet solo. Being excited, I was the first one to say I'll do the solo. The day before the concert, we had a dress rehearsal, and my solo was approaching. I counted my rest, started to play, and messed up. I fumbled through the end and was embarrassed. Before the concert started, I spoke to Mr. Dresko and told me, no matter what happens tonight, I'm proud of the work you have put in, and you will do great. When the time in the concert came, I was prepared. Everything was sounding good, and then it was my turn. Mr. Dresko turned to cue me in. Everything sounded good, but then I messed up. I completed the part and was disappointed in myself. After the concert, Mr. Dresko congratulated me and told me how great it sounded, but I did not understand. I made a mistake. I failed at something I worked very hard on. I took a deep breath and looked back at the recording of my solo, and it sounded great. The mistake was not noticeable to everyone besides myself. I was stressing myself out over the solo and trying to be perfect, but I realized you don't have to be perfect in everything. As long as you continue through the problem, many people will not know a mistake was made. This is not just for you in the band. Everything in life that involves you solely doing something can relate to this. For those of you on the mock trial team messing up a fact as a witness, or you who have been in the musical and forgetting a line, just because one mistake was made does not mean you cannot correct it. If you power through these mistakes and challenges, many will not know anything has happened. There will be obstacles in your life, and failure is bound to happen. I'd like to share a quote from Michael Jordan. I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and miss. I've failed over and over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed. Someone who many consider the greatest becomes vulnerable to everyone, explaining how failure needs to be embraced to succeed. You have to accept the fact that you failed, but cannot let it deter you from what you want in life. Another activity I've been participating in since I was younger was sports. Throughout my 4 years of high school wrestling, I have had the opportunity to wrestle in the Class M finals for 2 years in a row. The first time I'd gotten to this match, I was nervous. I've never been to a match to this level. I wrestled the match and lost. Devastated, I turned the page to a new chapter and started to prepare for the next year, trying to overcome my past failures. Sadly, the same thing happened. I made it to the finals and lost. All my hard work was for no reason. I was disappointed in the result, but looked back at my high school wrestling career and all of my accomplishments, and I could not be prouder. Just because I failed and did not reach my ultimate goal did not truly mean I failed. After you fail, having a support system is needed in order to succeed, whether it is your parents, siblings, friends, or a trusted adult. When you fail in something, having someone to talk to and consult will allow you to rebound better. Along with having a support system, finding a friend to hold you accountable is also necessary. The friend that tells you to get off the game and go study. The friend that offers to help you study instead of the friend that asks you to stay out until 11 o'clock on a school night. I want you to look to the left and right of you and ask yourself, will they be the friend to benefit you, or are they just a hindrance? I'm not saying do not go outside with your friends or hang out with them, but on the nights where you have that paper due or a big test coming up, maybe study with your friends instead of driving around. It does not matter if it is in school or extracurricular activities. When you do not reach your goal, you truly do not fail. If you keep on going through your problems and do not stop and dwell on the mistakes you have made, you'll be the best version of yourself. Remember, just because you take one step back does not mean you can't take 3 steps forward. Thank you.
I'll be honest, I've never been good with words or keeping things positive. I could use some expertise from the friendly neighborhood Mr. Rogers. How sweetly and gently he talked to his audience and showed everyone the merits of being kind and forgiving. But I just don't know if I have that in me. All I can do is put my thoughts into my own words. Where are we right now? At our high school, of course. A place where we learn about ourselves, about subjects like math and science, about life. But what about me? My name is Dominic Pietzor, and if there's one thing that I've learned from my time here, it's that life doesn't get easier because the world gets any better. It gets easier because you learn to accept yourself and all that it means to be you. I didn't want to talk about this, mainly because I don't want anyone thinking I still care about it. But I can't deny the facts. This specific event did change me into who I am today and how I view myself. Last year, there was a party where a lot of peers in my grade would be going. I asked the host if I could come, and they said that I could. Big mistake to ask, I know, but I thought it could have given me a connection with my classmates. Fast forward to lunchtime at school, the day of the party. While we're talking about it, I looked over my neighbor's shoulder and saw messages in a group chat in which the host told another partygoer to lie to me about the party's theme being changed. The next message said there'd be 4 people there ready to humiliate and kick me out. 5 people, all involved in an effort to hurt me. I'm never going to forget what happened, and I don't know if I'll ever truly forgive the people involved. But if I could say something to them right now, I would say, thank you. What you did was cruel and heartless, but it was thanks to what you did that made me learn to love myself more than I ever have before. Like I said earlier, I'm no Mr. Rogers, but at the very least I can borrow a quote of his that would really help me out here today. Mr. Rogers once said, "The world needs a sense of worth, and it will achieve it only by its people feeling that they are worthwhile." Now, I want to talk to anyone here, especially our younger students, the freshmen and sophomores, who currently feel like they don't have any worth. Anyone here who feels like the world doesn't want you and that there's no upside to being you, much like how I used to feel. Nobody's going to come into your life and make you feel better. I was under the impression for a long time that having more people around would make me happier. That isn't a solution to your problems. In fact, surrounding yourself with a lot of people causes more problems than you'd realize. You start comparing yourself to others and get jealous of those who have something you want. You lose a lot of your privacy, and the things you do in your spare time or people you talk to become public knowledge. And no matter what, there's always going to be opposition in your life, even in spaces that present themselves as places for kindness and acceptance. I know firsthand. And that's just how the world is nowadays. And it's not going to change anytime soon. There will always be someone that doesn't want you around. There will always be someone that wants to prevent you from living your best, happiest life. As soon as you realize that, there is one thing that I want you to do. Find a mirror and fall in love with the person that you see in it. The fact of the matter is, there's one person that will always be there for you and only think about what's in your best interest: yourself. And thus, you must learn to love yourself and all the things that come with being you. It might seem counterproductive, but you will need to distance yourself from others to cure your own loneliness. Once you separate yourself, you can truly slow down and see what merits there are to being you. They're visible every day. If you play a sport, that shows you've got a sense of commitment, a strong work ethic, and are actively building a healthier and happier you. If you play an instrument, it shows you've got great hand-eye coordination and a talent that really isn't easy to replicate. If you get up on stage and perform, singing, dancing, acting, whatever, you have the courage to put your passions out there and are putting on a show that could provide fun entertainment for somebody else having a rough day. If you volunteer for community service, it shows that you've got a caring heart for others, even complete strangers, a trait that our world today sorely lacks and desperately needs more of. You might be thinking to yourself now, Dom, how do I learn to love myself? To that I say, think of this. If you weren't you, you wouldn't be able to enjoy your favorite foods, books, games, or TV shows. You wouldn't be able to find happiness in your hobbies and interests. And you wouldn't have the connections that being you comes with. And they are there, no matter what you might think. I really only have one friend, who I've known for 13 years, and I wouldn't trade him for anyone else. My parents have done more for me than I could ever repay. If I wasn't me, I wouldn't have any of those people. Once you've learned to love yourself, you'll be able to withstand the passing of time. In less than a month, I will leave this school, and everything that I've known about my daily life is going to change forever. All the things that felt important before, and almost all of the people that I've met here will fade into memories. And the same thing will happen to you guys. Friendships will come and go, your surroundings will change, but you will stay you. You can't escape your own skin, so why not learn to be comfortable in it? Is it an easy process? No, it really isn't. I can't lie. Being on my own so often would eat me alive. There still are moments where it hurts. But the way I see it, there's a choice that you can make. You can either continue to hurt over what you don't have, or you can learn to love what you do have. So no, you can't change the way anyone else is. You can't change the fact that you'll always have opposition in your life. You can't be anyone else but yourself. But you can change your perspective on what it means to be you. You can learn to love yourself and all your quirks, your talents, your likes, and the connections you have by being you, even if there's only one or two. You can learn to understand that you're enough and that you have value by just being you. It's all a matter of your point of view, but you're the only one who possibly can change it. The world doesn't get any better. You do. You get better. Thank you.
I'm basically a walking glitter bomb of chaos and self-tan that sometimes ends up orange, but under all my bows and bling, there's so much more. A lot of you know me, like my favorite color or where I work, but nobody actually knows me. What if I told you I battled with the devil? What if I told you that I've been constantly torn down by girls? We've all been that person at some point, the one who stays quiet or laughs too long just to avoid being picked on. But silence never fixes the pain. Speaking up does. I am proud to say that I am a survivor of domestic violence in the battles right here at Berlin High School. Whether your battles are visible or invisible, we all walk these halls carrying something. This story isn't just mine. It's the story of anyone who has faced adversity and risen above it. Hi, I'm Cameron Stepina, and I'm here to prove to you that strength is more than just a physical trait. It's a mentality. 1 in 3 women will be a victim of domestic violence. In Connecticut alone, there are over 20,000 family incidents every year. In child abductions, 78% of the time, it's the non-custodial parent who kidnaps them. These aren't just numbers. They're real people. They're people like me. We don't talk about domestic violence enough, so let me be the first to stand in line. There's more than just bruises and being hit. It's about fear and silence. There might be some of you in the audience who know this fear all too well. And even if you don't, maybe you know someone who is living a version of it. Just because someone has the title parent does not mean they've earned it. I was forced to see my father, a man who turned our home into my own personal nightmare. For the freshmen in the room, I don't want to go into all of the details of the torturous, devil-worshipping acts that he did put me through. Let's just say that this part of my life could have literally been in a horror movie. I couldn't eat without the fear of being choked. I couldn't breathe without the fear of being strangled. I couldn't sleep without the fear of being muffled. So I want to ask you, what would you do if you knew someone was going through this? Would you even notice the girl who walks with her head down? The one who sits quiet in the back of the classroom? As I got older, I was forced into multiple therapist offices. When I spoke, they told me to sit down. 12 years of silence. 12 years of me and my mother being unheard. I kept wishing anyone would stop it. Only 3 women ever tried to speak up for me. And do you know what happened? They were banished from the courtroom, silenced, like I have been. One of those women was Miss James. She saved me. It is because one person cared enough that I am alive today. Be that person who cares so much that you make an impact. There was absolutely nothing done to help my mother and I. There still is absolutely nothing being done to raise awareness about domestic violence. I didn't matter to my dad, and I certainly didn't matter to the corrupt justice system. But you matter, because the truth is, there are innocent women and children like me still living in that nightmare. They're waiting for someone to care enough to break the silence. Don't let them wait alone. We don't choose the battles we're born into, but we do choose whether we let it define us or drive us. Because your strength isn't just about how much you can endure. It's about refusing to be broken by what tried to silence you. For some people, they might say the best time of their life is high school. For me, it was like going to war, but in sparkly slippers. I came into high school expecting the High School Musical experience, but ended up starring in Mean Girls. I know I'm not alone when I say if I had $1 for every fake friend I made, I could have bought new shoes. I'm a cheerleader, for those of you who didn't already know that, so joining the team felt natural. When I decided I wanted to push myself by going the all-star route, anonymous girls I once cheered beside tore me apart. They said things like, she thinks she's good enough, she thinks she's better than us. I would get told I was ugly. I would get laughed at during class while I was trying to learn. I saw texts saying I was going to get jumped. I would get pointed at in the hallway. False rumors spread faster than I could defend myself, and suddenly people I never even knew or talked to decided they didn't like me. Because of all of this, I wasn't able to participate in any things that are crucial to the average teenage girl. So I'm telling you, it's okay to miss out on both your junior and senior prom. It's okay to never attend a sports game your senior year. It's okay to not attend senior outing. It's okay to eat lunch with teachers. It is okay to feel like you don't belong. Let me say this very clearly. Bullies don't break you because of who you are. They try to break you because they see something in you that they'll never have. Just because you start high school with someone, a best friend, does not mean you're meant to finish it with them. People I once called my best friends chose popularity over loyalty. I would sit in class while they talked bad about me, not behind my back, but right in front of my face. I stayed quiet, but I am done being silent. Don't surround yourself with people like that. Don't take criticism from small minds. Surround yourself with people who lift you up. Going into my 4th year as a captain, I tell my girls to never change themselves to fit into a crowd, and I'll tell you all the same exact thing. High school taught me my loudest critics have nothing to say to my face. If I can show you anything, here I am, still standing, still showing up, and still being exactly who I want to be. Unbroken, unapologetic, and chasing the future I was told I'd never have. Chase your dreams, not even when the world tells you that you're reaching too high. Not even when you're laughed at, underestimated, or ignored. Walk into this school with confidence, not because you've been knocked down by immature bullies, but because you keep getting up. Whatever you've been through, let it make you better, not bitter, not a bully. If anyone whispers, you'll never make it, whisper back, watch me, because real confidence isn't loud. Just like real strength doesn't need to flex. Let your success speak louder than the slander. Like Hercules said, a true hero isn't measured by the size of his strength, but by the strength of his heart. Nobody knows what you went through. My speech isn't here to blend in, it's here to break through, for you to realize that you are capable. Our strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it sparkles, sometimes it cries, and sometimes it writes speeches like this one. Thank you.
Be honest with yourself. Good? Be honest with yourself. Look to your left and to your right. Do you value the connections you share with these people? If the people you care for so deeply weren't there for you, could you build connections with others? We as humans, and especially as high schoolers, need to consider respect and an open mind. Said best by the rapper Quavo, "We willing to work with anybody that wants to work with us. It's open arms. It ain't no hate in no situation." The personal ideals of us as students and as humans have sometimes separated us. In a perfect world, everyone would know and appreciate each other, but that's not realistic. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nick Rivera, or as some of you know me, Nick Gaming Official. Subscribe, by the way. And I'm here to talk to you about how connections are everything. The connections we make now can guide us and lead us to a future we never thought we could achieve. The respect we mutually share with others can help build some of the most meaningful connections. Think to yourself for a second. Has anyone ever said something or did something that influenced you in a positive way? It could even be a simple hi when you're feeling low. That's an example of a positive connection. Sometimes, all we need is a little push or an outside perspective that can guide us in a direction we didn't see. For me, a special connection I had was with Mr. Leonard. This wasn't a talk every day or laugh and joke relationship, but more of a mutual respect. Towards the end of my junior year, I was pretty much cruising through school, as a lot of us students tend to do when summer's just arm's length away. I didn't do work or genuinely care about school. Eventually, Mr. Leonard had a conversation with me. He looked me in my face and told me, "You're not giving it everything. You slack off and talk with all your friends, and all it does is hurt you in the long run. Taking the easy way out isn't going to give you the life you want, and I would hate to see you fail." At the time, I just brushed it off. Like, come on, all I wanted to do was move on to the next grade. Now, I look at the simple interaction with Mr. Leonard, and all I can say, it really pushed me. It lingered in my head when making my decision on going into nursing and drove me to try hard the rest of my junior and senior year. A conversation that majority of the time would come off as a bit condescending built a simple connection and an ounce of mutual respect that has changed my life forever. Long story short, building connections doesn't mean they have to be your best friend, nor does it mean you guys even have to hang out. The smallest conversation can build strong bonds that might be very influential. What I tell you now is something you should really consider. Be that person you want people to be. Talk to people. Have a smile on your face. Drive others to be the best person they can be, because that is what respect is. That is what builds relationships. Every connection and relationship you have requires a little bit of an open mind. The idea of an open mind is to just consider what other people are saying. Sometimes people take it as sucking up to someone, but it's the opposite. If we take some mindfulness and mix it in with just some mutual respect, you can build a really strong bond. As most of you know, I live in Hartford, and I was new to the Berlin School District during my 7th grade year. As cliche as it sounds, I was quiet and didn't really know anyone, which is every new kid's experience. This switch in districts helped build one of my strongest connections and is what led me to being as outgoing and as forward as I am with people. If it weren't for Camille Shuck and Jackson Rodriguez, I might not even be up here today giving this speech. To give you a little insight, I sat in the corner of the lunchroom, spoke to no one, ate nothing, and had no phone. This was detrimental to my ego, if I'm being honest. We all need people to talk or even take our attention off things. So they came over to me on the 4th day of school and sat with me and just started talking. Now, even with a few questionable jokes, this was probably the best thing to happen to me coming to a school where I had no one to talk to. Without that little open-mindedness, I wouldn't be who I am today. I wouldn't be up here talking to you. I wouldn't have had the confidence to do what I do and become the man I am today. In reality, all it takes is a little bit of mindfulness to build connections. Now, I don't want to be that person who tells you what to do and what to say, but if you haven't been listening, now's the time to tune in. We all need each other. Not a single one of you can thrive alone. For those of you who have sat there and felt like at some point you needed someone to just be there for you, take that step. Go and talk to that person you see struggling. Reach out to that person who you may not get along with anymore. Be the person I needed when I had no one and make those connections. So allow me to wrap this up. Think about your connections. I have told you my stories, and I want you to think of yours. What connections have helped you get out of that tough spot, or like me, set you up for a future you didn't believe was possible? And I hope my words can guide you to build these bonds with respect, courage, and a hint of mindfulness to change others in your life. Thanks for listening and taking my words into consideration. Have a good day.
Most kids in high school go through many emotions, whether it's excitement, nervousness, sadness, anger, and so on. We as high school students go through more than some people would think. A lot of kids often worry too much about what others think of them and may struggle with how they view themselves, which could affect people in a negative way. Good morning. My name is Jackson Rodriguez, and my message to you all today is self-acceptance is key in life. I'm here today to speak about this because this is something that I feel very strongly about. I'd imagine everyone wants one thing more than anything else, and that's happiness. Happiness can come from money, clothes, or other materialistic objects, but these things are examples of temporary happiness. Oftentimes, people seek happiness and joy in things that don't last. Another example of this is gaining attention from others. Many people try to get attention from others because maybe to them it makes them feel cool or maybe even wanted. This is something I've been guilty of, and I'm sure many of you have as well. But I have learned something very valuable from this. Those things may bring you temporary happiness, but most importantly, true happiness starts from within. Having self-love. I think the concept of self-acceptance and self-love sounds fairly simple and easy, and to some it may be. But for many others, including myself, it is something that is and has been a true challenge throughout my years here at Berlin High School. There have been periods where I have struggled mentally. Some of the root of this was from feeling different, but over time, I had to learn how to accept who I am. The thing is, I'm not the only one that's different from everyone else. Everyone is different from one another. When I was a freshman, I felt really lost. I did not know how to interact with my peers at all, and I felt removed from society. I felt like nobody liked me, and I was not happy with who I was at all. Many of these mental obstacles came from me being in a wheelchair. I remember many times where I was nervous to go to an event or public places due to my appearance sticking out. This lasted for a while throughout my years here at high school. Me getting caught up on the thought that nobody liked me or I'm different than everyone else was wrong. I realized this was wrong because everyone is their own individual. Everybody has things about themselves that they may not like, but in the bigger picture, that is insignificant. One little thing you may not like about yourself is not worth getting caught up on and shouldn't stop you from loving and truly accepting who you are. The thought that nobody liked me was all in my head. It was a thought that I let linger and didn't do anything about. These thoughts were a mental obstacle that I refused to remove for a while, and it stopped me from being truly happy with myself. Although this happened, it didn't stop me from trying to change. Over time, I experienced growth that was important for me. I stopped seeking validation from others and stopped trying to make people like me. I started just being myself, which I think everybody should do. One thing I learned is, when you're around certain people that you may not be friends with, one important thing is to stay true to yourself and don't change who you are at all. Doing something like this can feel very uncomfortable at first and may stay like that for a while. I think changing yourself to be someone other people want you to be is not the way to go. If those people don't like or accept who you really are, then you simply just have to move on. Sometimes you cannot fit in every room or every group, and that is completely okay. That is why it's important to find people who accept you and like you for who you are. Everyone has their own circle or group that they resonate with. An interesting time in my life was junior year. This time period was not only very significant for me, but everyone else as well. This year was a big step from previous years. Many of us started driving during this time, started working, looking into colleges, and so on. Although all of this happened, I missed out on a lot of these opportunities. It was something that affected me greatly. Me missing out on these things made me feel different than everyone else. I remember being home one day and seeing that my friend had texted me about getting his driver's license. Obviously, like any good friend, I was happy for him for this achievement, but I couldn't stop thinking about myself. I sat there in silence and thought about how I may never have the possibility of getting my own license. I sat there in my thoughts and I was hurting inside. At first, I was mad at myself for not being able to do this simple thing that mostly everyone can do. Although these struggles came into my life, I had to work around them and accept that I couldn't change them. A key part in accepting yourself is to not focus on the things you can't control, but focus on the things that you can. I started to realize personal growth within myself. Although I still struggled, this is when I fully realized the importance of being yourself and loving who you are internally. I realized that loving yourself internally was more important than what anyone else thinks about you. I wasn't 100% happy with myself, but it was something I kept working at. Focusing on yourself rather than chasing other people's validation or wanting to be liked by everyone is key for yourself and your self-development. Many people might be afraid to be themselves due to insecurities they have, mistakes they've made, or so on. But you should not change who you are because that makes you unique. What I want you to take away from my speech is that how you view yourself matters more than how anyone else views you. In the words of Mandy Hale, find yourself first, like yourself first, love yourself first, and friendship and love will naturally find you. You shouldn't put on an act or try to be someone that someone else wants you to be. When you apply this to your life, you realize that you no longer have to be someone else or worry about how people will view you, because it doesn't matter how they view you if you are simply being yourself. A mindset like this takes significant effort, but I can assure you one thing. If you apply it to your life, you will notice significant benefits that will shape the person you are. So continue searching for yourself. Keep putting in the effort. Learn to grow into the person you are. And most importantly, remember to love yourself, because no love in this world is greater than the love you can have for yourself. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. If I could just ask you to give these wonderful students one more round of applause. Those of you who've been with us all morning, thank you so much for your patience and for your listening ears. You've been an incredible audience. I'm very grateful. There are no speeches during the lunch block during period 6, so teachers, if my seniors belong in your class, please make sure they are with you. Senior speech students, I know, go to class. My senior speech students, make sure you are here promptly at the start of period 8. That means all of you. Thank you again. Please be seated and stay until the bell rings. Okay, as you all get settled, if I could just have your attention, my multitasking generation. Thank you so much for joining us today. For some of you, it might be your third time. For some of you, your first or your second. Thank you. We really appreciate you. In doing public speaking, it's really kind of a moot point if you don't have people to listen. So it is wildly important that you're here, and we're very grateful. If you could please just make sure that you're tuned in and not tuned out, and take off those headphones, earbuds, anything like that. It just would be really wonderful. Make sure your cell phones are off and or silenced. And as we progress, that you give these wonderful students the same attention that you've given all the other students throughout the day. So without further ado, welcome to Senior Speeches.
Now, I'm sure we've all heard the saying, life is too short, you only live once. Or we have had someone in our life tell us to make the most out of it because time passes by so quickly, and in the blink of an eye you get to retirement and you're not capable of doing the things you were able to do before. I'm not saying all these things are wrong. I just think they have lost their meaning because they have been repeated several times. So in this case, I'm not going to stand here and tell you what you need to do with your life and give you the same old boring speech. Hi everyone, my name is Emma Radoncic, and I'm here to tell you the truth. On average, you have about 77.5 years to live, and that's only if you're lucky. If you took care of yourself, or just by chance, I guess you could say. That means you have about 65 birthdays to celebrate with the few people you love that you might actually remember, because who will remember what they did before the age of 15 anyways? You have about 4,004 Fridays in your life, except some of those Fridays you're working, some of those Fridays you're going to other people's birthdays or weddings, some of those Fridays you're just exhausted from the week and want to do nothing, so you spend the night at home scrolling endlessly through TikTok. So cut that number by 75%. You now only have 1,001 Fridays left. You have 77 winters, 77 summers, 77 springs, 77 autumns. You have 77 chances for a New Year's resolution, yet 70% of them you make, you'll probably quit after a month or two. Let that all sink in. Whether you like it or not, your lives are on the clock, and it's just a matter of time till you actually do something about it. Living in a comfort zone is one of the biggest mistakes to ever make. It stops people from doing the things they want, and it limits their mindset. It closes in on one perspective of life. From a very young age, I started traveling to all different kinds of places. Took pictures with Belle at Magical Kingdom at the age of 2, went camping in New York at 5, flew to Istanbul, Turkey with my parents at 7, spent time exploring the woods in Maine at 9, walked the city of Bosnia and Croatia at 12, danced to reggae in Jamaica at 16, and even swam with sharks in the Cayman Islands at 18. Now, I talk about it like it was the easiest thing to do, and everyone can fly to another country and explore it. Unfortunately, I know that's not reality. So I'm not saying you only have one life and you need to travel the world starting at the age of 2. I'm saying all these things I accomplished only happened because I pushed myself out of my comfort zone, or at least my parents did. And like I said, it doesn't have to be countries away. It can be a small fishing trip with your dad and grandpa 45 minutes away from home. It could be a girls' trip getaway to Newport. It can even be getting a new job. The little things lead up to those big leaps. If I never left my own comfort zone, I would have never found out how fantastic this world is, how beautiful the different cities are, and how there is so much more out there than your small hometown that you find comfort in. John Augustus Shedd, an American author and professor, once said, "A ship in a harbor is safe, but that's not what a ship is built for." As a society today, we are all prone to living in our comfort zones because we're comfortable. But just because you're comfortable doesn't mean it's benefiting you. It's important to know that it's okay to leave your comfort zone even when you don't think it is. Leaving your comfort zone and trying something new may actually come out to be something much better than expected. Whether it's traveling, trying new foods, exploring a new hobby, or going out and meeting new friends. Leaving that zone you created over the past 4 years in high school is healthier than you think it is, and it will broaden your perspectives. It's reality that humanity thinks comfort zones are a certain place, a certain person, a specific song, or a simple meal. We think it's one specific thing or person, which is true, but to a certain extent. The real question is, are you willing to give your all into something that only gives you comfort temporarily and in fact prevents you from growing as a person? My cousin Selma spent most of her life in her small hometown of Georgia. For about 22 years, she did not travel alone. She didn't travel to new places, and she was mostly just scared to leave her comfort zone. That's when I started talking to her, and I finally said, "What's the point of living if you're not living?" This made her think that maybe I was right, and maybe leaving her comfort zone isn't that bad. She started off small and came to Connecticut, where me and her took all these day trips to places she's never been before, like New York or Block Island. Ever since leaving her comfort zone, she immediately thought differently. Now, every other month, she travels somewhere new, whether it's a vacation we plan together or a getaway trip she planned for herself. But every time she comes back, she tells me she's thankful for talking her into leaving that zone and pushing her out of it because her life changed for the better. I'm not here to tell you what you should do with your life. I'm standing here today to tell you that you're not the only person who is scared. I'm here to tell you that it doesn't have to be a plane ticket away to get out of your comfort zone. I'm here to say yes, you might need that push in order to leave this zone. So now it's up to you. At the end of this day, all the decisions you make ultimately only impact your life. You have your own choices. As we all know, this world is too big to stay in one place, and our lives are in a time crunch to just do the same thing every day. So I'm not here to sugarcoat it. You have only one life, and it's up to you what you do with it. Choose wisely. Thank you.
Everyone messes up sometimes. It's just part of learning. No one gets everything right the first time, and that's okay. Hi, I am Sunita Mary, and I'm going to tell you that failure can feel frustrating, but it's actually one of the most important parts of getting better. It teaches us to try new strategies, work harder, and keep going when things are tough. Some of the most successful people in the world have failed many times before they have succeeded. For example, Dr. Karen E. Nelson said failure is inevitable and is a catalyst for change. Early in her career, Nelson faced the challenge of working in a then new and rapidly evolving field, microbiogenomics, where tools and data were limited. She encountered setbacks in experiments and data interpretation, which are common in pioneering research. These early challenges taught her resilience and the importance of persistent and scientific discovery. Instead of giving up, she used experiences to refine her techniques, collaborate widely, and eventually lead major projects like the Human Microbiome Project. What matters most isn't failure itself, but how we respond to it. If we use failure as a chance to grow, it becomes a powerful tool for success. Mistakes are for learning. My freshman year at Conner High School in West Hartford was a wake-up call. Failing a major assignment in Mountain World history and receiving my first F was a crushing blow. It happened in the fall, when I was still adjusting to the heavier workload compared to middle school. I had a difficult time understanding the complexities of history concepts. The assignment was a detailed essay analyzing history theories that shaped modern world history. The F was a jarring, short reminder of my shortcomings. I remember how I would come home and cry in my room, telling my mom how the teacher was so mean. But failure does not mean fear. It means motivation. I scheduled a meeting with my Mountain World history teacher to discuss my failure with her. She listened patiently and then helped me break down the assignment into smaller, manageable steps. I dedicated more time to research and utilize materials for the upcoming test. Listen, I know sometimes it feels like one bad grade is the end of the world. Maybe you think I failed this test, so I'm stuck with an F and there's no way to fix it. But that's just not true. Even when there's zero tolerance for retakes, you can still be ready for the next challenge. I was in the exact spot, facing an F. I don't give up. I prepared, studied, and came back stronger. The next assessment, I earned a B. What I want you to take away is this. Failure isn't a full stop. It's just a comma in your story. Don't let one setback define your entire high school career or your self-worth. Instead, learn from it. Work harder and prove to yourself that you can improve. Failure does not mean giving up, but standing up because what you will do will be worth it. I didn't expect to be in speech class in my senior year because I'm the type of person who is always anxious when it comes to speaking in front of the whole class. At the beginning of speech, we had to pick a word from a hat and talk about it on the spot in front of the whole class. I picked the word pizza, and I immediately started panicking. My hands were sweaty, my chest felt heavy, and the words coming out of my mouth didn't make sense. I could tell my classmates were confused, and so was I. But everything started to change when I presented my persuasive speech. I felt more confident, and I didn't have those same nerves anymore. Thanks to Ms. Bortles' support and encouragement, I had my speech so it could make sense for my audience and myself. Another moment of panic came during our shirking project. It was my first time performing on stage, and I was terrified. But with my team cheering me on, I made it through. I'm so glad I didn't drop out of the class and just push through. Don't wait to feel ready. Say yes to challenges. Every time you step outside your comfort zone, you grow. And one day, like me, you'll look back and realize you didn't just survive, you got stronger. I hope you guys walk away believing that setbacks and failure are not the end, but rather a chance to grow and improve. I want you guys to know you have a community of people around you that can help you succeed, just like amazing teachers and students I encountered throughout my high school career. My goal is to spark confidence and resilience, encouraging you guys to keep pushing forward, and when things don't go as planned, I also want you guys to know I also want you guys to feel motivated and take action, whether it's asking for help, trying again, or exploring new opportunities. Most of all, I want you guys to feel hopeful about your future and not think about the past. What you did wrong in the past. Thank you.
This, huh? Is this good? Control the sail, not the wind. A few weeks ago, I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. But instead of sleeping, I was thinking about this argument I had earlier that day. I was thinking about everything that I could have said to the person back as a gotcha that I just didn't think about on the spot. You know those fake arguments you won in the shower? I was undefeated that night. But here's the thing. None of it changed what happened. The conversation was over. The moment had passed. We do this all the time. Arguments, the past, people's opinions, all things we as humans think we can change. But the truth is that the more you try to grip onto something out of your reach, the more you end up holding onto stress and regret. This mental battle with myself led me to asking myself a simple question. What do I actually have control of? Not much. I couldn't control what they said, so why worry? Hello, everyone. My name is Coleman Sharp, and today I will be sharing with you the art of letting go. Let go of what you can't control. It sounds so simple, but how often do we actually do this? People naturally crave control. It's wired into us. Control gives us stability. We want to know that if we do something, then we will know the outcome. So when life throws a curveball your way, the need for control is naturally going to occur. But it's not always helpful. The truth is, there are two kinds of things in life. Things you can control and things you cannot. For instance, you can't control your effort, your attitude, and your reactions. You cannot control the weather, people's opinions, or the past. It's kind of like sailing. You don't control the wind, you control the sail. You may be asking yourself, what does that mean? It means that you may not be able to control a problem, but you can control things to alter the outcome of the situation. You can adjust your position, your mindset, your direction, but not the storm around you. Over time, I adopted this way of thinking, and it truly has impacted my everyday life. Just the other day, I was at Walmart looking for fishing gear. As I'm walking in, I see someone up ahead who looks exactly like one of my friends. I run up behind him and tap his right shoulder while being on his left side to play a little prank on him. It worked, but when he finally looked over to his left, I realized that this was not my friend. I quickly apologized, explaining that I thought he was someone else. We shared a laugh, and we went our separate ways. I completely forgot about this whole situation until writing this speech. Now, if this was a few years ago, I would have overthought this scenario for weeks, feeling stupid and embarrassed. The situation wasn't a big deal. I simply made a mistake, so why worry? These small changes in my mind have led to me living a carefree lifestyle, just going where the wind takes me and letting go. Sometimes you will be embarrassed. It's natural. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring. It just means you're not losing sleep over what is out of your hands. There's a saying I live by. Don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is going to be all right. Bob Marley is a great example of someone who follows his ideology. Although Marley has passed, his powerful message still lives on through his songs. Marley's music carries a mellow and relaxing tone, one which to me correlates with going with the flow. Now, I know going with the flow and letting go isn't always that easy, which I've dealt with in the past. When I was younger, I used to try my hardest to get people to like me. I'd do things I really didn't want to do, say things I really didn't want to say, just for people to like me. Now, over the years, I stopped caring so much what people have to say about me. I've learned that you shouldn't base your self-worth or decisions on other people's approval. You cannot control how others see you. People find it easy to judge you off of their own values, mood, and biases, not on who you actually are. This moment taught me that the more we chase approval, the more we lose sight of what we actually want. We become passengers in our own lives, driven by other people's opinions. Peace doesn't come from control. It comes from understanding what you can do and letting go of what you can't. So when you feel the urge to go for control, pause. Ask yourself, can I truly do this? Can I truly control this? Or am I just trying to fight the wind? Then simply adjust your sail. Choose your response. That is where the power is. Because in the end, life is full of choppy water. But if you learn to let go of the wind, you might just find that the ride gets a whole lot smoother. Thank you.
The message I want to share today is no matter your size, appearance, or how others view you doesn't define your full potential. I believe no matter the obstacles or what people expect from you, your mindset, effort, and heart are what truly determine your full success. Hello, my name is Logan Dasher, and in my life, being an 18-year-old high school graduating senior, I've been through a lot through my school years. My life has consisted with a lot of ups and downs. I believe that everyone can reach their full potential, whether how old you are, how big or small you are, or where you come from. Everybody can reach their full potential. In my opinion, you just have to go all in what you want to achieve in life. When I was younger, I always loved the game of basketball. I fell in love with it at a very young age. I would practice day in and day out, every day, to fulfill the dream of hearing my name being called in the starting lineup. I remember when I was younger, I would go to the high school games wishing that was my name being called over the loudspeaker in front of that huge crowd. I knew it would take a lot of hard work and effort to achieve this goal one day in life. As the years went by, I was starting my first day of middle school. I was so excited, and all I can think about was the basketball season. Before I can blink an eye, November came around, and middle school basketball tryouts were here. I was nervous but excited. I was practicing as much as I could. I'd be studying the game, watching NBA stars like Steph Curry or Kevin Durant, as I was very nervous when tryout day came along. I was so nervous, my heart was pounding. My hands were sweaty, and nerves got the best of me. I ended up doing one tryout, and I gave up. I quit. I was at rock bottom. It brought me so much stress, I couldn't do it. All the hard work for nothing. I was so disappointed in myself. I knew I had so much time to get better. I was only in middle school. That tryout really humbled me. I started working and trying to get better, not just at basketball, but overall being a better person too. I encourage all of you to work on being a better person in life. Doing the little things can really go a long way. Fast forward to now, and I was going into high school. Like middle school, all I can think about was the season. I made sure this year I was ready. I worked on my craft. I would wake up early before school to get extra shots in, and I just knew this time I was ready. And once December came around, I was more excited than nervous. I ended up having a great tryout and made the team. My freshman season ended up being one of my favorite years of basketball I've ever had. I created so much bonds and relationships from that year of basketball, and our team really clicked that year. Coming off that season, I was very excited for my sophomore season. I really wanted to make the varsity team. I ended up making the varsity team, but I didn't play much. That year, I looked up to my seniors. They set a great example on me to become a leader one day, and overall, I wasn't mad at my sophomore year, as I was still an underclassman and I still had some time to grow. The summer going into my junior year, I found out there would be a coaching change. At the time, I was upset about it. I felt like I had a great bond with our coach my sophomore year, and I felt like most of my teammates did too. But I realized in life, things are going to change, and I had to deal with it. So I kept my head high, and I was ready to see what I can do for my junior year. As that came along, I was still in the same spot as my sophomore year, barely getting any time on varsity and stuck on JV as a junior. This affected my mental state so much. I wanted to quit. I was generally at rock bottom. I lost love for the game. I've been playing my whole life, and it was crazy to me how one coach can change your outlook on the game you've been playing your entire life. From fighting in practice, toxic teammates, this was just a long and rough junior year. I knew I had to keep my head up throughout the year and keep working and practicing so that my senior year, I could finally get the time I wanted to. As my senior basketball season came along, I was ready for the start. I found out that we were going to have another coaching change that summer. I wanted to prove to our old coach I belonged on that varsity floor. I worked hard day in and day out during the offseason, putting over 20 pounds on and getting overall stronger. I encourage all of you, whether it be a sport, a failed assignment, or whatever it might be, I encourage all of you to come back and ready to get the next opportunity you can get. I battled and battled to get in that starting lineup and hear my name get called in front of that huge crowd. When I was down, I always remember what little me wanted. He always wanted to hear his name be called in front of that huge crowd one day. I ended up getting that varsity start this year. I did it. Being on the smaller side than everyone else, I always had to work twice as hard, rather that be waking up early to get shots up or staying late nights in the weight room. I learned that it was a blessing in disguise. One quote that kept me going was a quote from a former NBA player, Isaiah Thomas. Thomas stated, I don't feel small, I feel just as big as everyone else. This quote hit home for me as I still struggle to this day on being on the smaller side than everyone else. I learned through my life, no matter how big or small you are, you can achieve anything you put your mind to. I encourage all of you to work twice as hard as everyone else, rather that be just getting 1% better each day. Every day counts. I want all of you guys to know that there will be a rock bottom in life, but the low point is not your end. The solid foundation where you can rebuild, grow stronger, and rise higher than you ever imagined. Thank you.
Stage manager, class president, house leader, student government president, MC, athlete. The vast opportunities of leadership helped me not only build my resume, but myself. I am Marina Borselli, and I'm here to tell you how getting involved now makes a difference not only in your community, but in yourself. Getting out of your comfort zone is the first step you could take to grow. I understand the first step is hard, it always is, but it will be the first brick you lay in the foundation that will carry you through high school. At first, I didn't know that I could succeed, and I knew that I could fail. So I was too scared to take that step. Honestly, I thought I had to do it alone. And that is what scared me the most. But despite self-doubt, I was able to build an extensive resume, build connections, communities, the best group of friends I could ask for, and most importantly, I built myself. The truth is, my freshman year, I didn't like myself much. I didn't like how I looked, my hair, my clothes, and I thought that I shouldn't participate because I wasn't good enough. I waited for my glow up so I could be pretty enough to stand in front of a crowd, so maybe they would listen because of how I look. I didn't realize that the true glow up would eventually come from within. I know it sounds cliche, but it's very true. My entire freshman year went by, and I realized how unhappy I was sitting at home, quite literally doing nothing. So I joined the stage crew. I simply stuck myself backstage because I didn't have the confidence to be on stage. There, I found my passion for theater, and I started to glow from the inside. I was smiling and laughing with the community and the family that I built for myself. That was the first brick I laid in my foundation, because from there, I gained the confidence to do so much more. Before I knew it, Upbeat entered my life. Upbeat taught me a lot about our community, but it also taught me a lot about myself. It was my junior year when I went on Upbeat's May weekend. This leadership weekend was all about getting out of your comfort zone. One of our activities was ziplining, and as I stood on that platform, I stayed still with fear for a good 10 minutes, too scared to step. Finally, as I went to step, my knees gave out, I fell straight down onto the platform, and the stranger manning the zipline had to push me off. This year on May weekend, I stood on that platform for a minute, and then I took my step. As I reflect on that experience, I realized I needed that help. I needed that push from a stranger so I could take my first step. Personally, I'm forever grateful for Upbeat and BHS and every organization, club, or team for being the stranger who gave me that push to becoming the family that supported me while I took my first step. We all start in different places. We enter high school and life has already dealt us all wild cards. I know that, and I've always had the privilege of a loving family, endless support, and a comfortable life, and I'm forever grateful. But I know the people who don't have these things can be just as successful no matter the foundation they start with. I know it because I've seen it. A wise man once said, "Hard work never killed anyone, it's the thought that killed many." That wise man is my dad. My dad and I grew up very differently. I grew up in a steady home with everything I could ever want. He grew up barely having what he needed. He grew up hungry, but he made sure I was always full. He grew up with nothing, so he worked hard and gave me everything. He made a difference in himself with hard work, and by doing this, he constantly makes the biggest difference in my life. He has built himself a family, a business, and a sturdy foundation. Most importantly, he has built himself. It's never too late to change, to try something new. I would like to tell you all a fun fact about myself. I hate running. Somehow, in fact, I used to tell people, if you see me running, call the police. Somehow, that all changed this year. My cousin Ava approached me about joining softball, and for some reason, I immediately said yes. I was thinking about my schedule getting more empty and at the end of the year, not really about the running, and about how my personal growth had come to a halt. Joining softball and becoming an athlete was so far out of my comfort zone and something I thought I would never be able to do. But it made my senior year so much more memorable. The team of girls that I had barely ever talked to have become some of my closest friends, and I will never forget the feeling of hitting that line drive during our game against Southington. So yes, Mr. Pyrus made me run, but it was worth it. Every extracurricular has given me so much. I have learned endless lessons and limits, and at the end of the day, I have given myself so much by taking that risk. The Upbeat Room has a quote I would like to leave you all with. Don't be a resume builder, be a difference maker. Whether you're making a difference for others or yourself, you are laying that first brick, taking that first step. If you're waiting for opportunities or waiting to be better, let me be the stranger who tells you that you have to go out and get it. You have to get uncomfortable to grow. You have to because you can. So if you need a push, this is it. This is me pushing you to build a community, a family, and most importantly, yourself. Thank you.
Are you satisfied with your life? Are you happy with what you've done today or yesterday? Hello there. My name is Callahan Kemp, and I'm here to tell you how you should live each day like it's your last. We need to ask ourselves that if tomorrow was our last day alive, would we be happy or satisfied with how we've lived our lives that day? And if your answer happens to be no, it's okay. But if the answer is no, one too many days in a row, we should change up what we're doing. Because yes, you need to be productive and get things done, but also you need to live your life and have fun. It's your life. Be where you want to be. Now, I'm not here to tell you to ignore all your commitments because you're stressed out or tired. I'm here to tell you that you should be doing the things that bring you joy. One thing that has always kept me sane is music. A lot of my schedule used to revolve around music and the bands that I was in. I used to do a lot for those bands, and as I did more and more, they asked for more time than I was willing to give. And when I look back at all the months that I was a part of those bands, I realized other things were more important to me, and that I could be spending more time doing those things. So I left, and I have not regretted it once. It has given me the time I need to prioritize the things I enjoy, like trying to attend more calls for the fire department, or attending rehearsals for other bands, or even just spending more time with the people who I love. These changes have made me a happier person overall. Living for myself, I never once looked back and thought that I shouldn't have left. Being a part of the fire department and the Salvation Army Band has benefited me much more than staying a part of the others would have. It's given me a better sense of purpose as a person, as well as giving me better chances to learn more about the things I enjoy. People aren't meant to work themselves to death till they've done so much that they can't take it anymore. If you just take a break, you'll find out how much happier or better you may feel. You can do other things other than just homework or the sports that you joined that take up so much time. You're allowed to take time for yourself, to have fun. Oprah Winfrey once said, "Living your best life is your most important journey in life," which is so true. You never know how much time you have left. Enjoy where you are right now, not where you may be in 2 weeks or even 2 years from now. You only live once. That's why Oprah had said that the most important journey is living your best life. You can't buy the time you don't have. Your life is limited. You should live your best life all the time so you're satisfied at the end of the day with what you've done. And as I have said, doing things that you enjoy is important. It allows you to enjoy life as you go and to be happy with the things you do while working towards a future goal. Something that I love doing is being part of the fire department. I've been a member of Kensington Fire Department as a cadet for just about 2 years. I enjoy being there for the sense of community and camaraderie that it brings. Being a part of the department is something that I really enjoy. It's overall an amazing place to be with people just as amazing. Being there allows me to participate in awesome things like all the car extrications or getting to be a part of the drills where we filled buildings with fog or play smoke and search through them blind. It's a lot of fun, and a firefighter once told me that the day you stop learning is the day you retire. And personally, I think I'm a little too young to do that. So next week, I'm gonna go to Virginia to get a certification for wildland firefighting. And after that, I can travel all over and help with the wildfires that occur, which I think is pretty amazing. I enjoy being able to help the community, and if I were to be asked if I was satisfied doing all this on my last day alive, I would say yes, because I am living my life how I want and having the time of my life while doing so. So ask yourself, and be honest with yourselves, would you be satisfied if today was your last day on earth? If not, change is needed. Go have fun doing the things you actually enjoy. Thank you.
If you asked younger me to define family, I would probably tell you 2 parents, a couple of children, and a 2-story home with a white picket fence. The traditional nuclear family. This is the type of family I have always dreamed of, yet it has always seemed to be out of reach. My entire life, I have grown up in a quiet home, a house that didn't feel quite full, a house, but never really a home. Today, I am working to redefine the idea of home, and especially the word family. Hi, my name's Dana Metcalf, and today I'm here to encourage you to find your chosen family. Over my 4 years at Berlin High School, like many of you, I have tried almost every club under the sun. My freshman year, I stayed after school every single day, begging my mom to come pick me up at 3 o'clock because I needed to find a place where I belonged. I lived at school that year. Staying after school allowed me to escape the emptiness of my home. This was the year my sister left for college and my tiny family got even smaller. Don't get me wrong, my mom is my best friend and greatest confidant, but having it just be us while entering high school was the loneliest I have ever felt. In the normalcy of my life, it has always just been me and her. My dad passed away before I was born, and my sister was only with us half of the time. Sometimes, when I look at my mom, I feel as though I am a constant reminder of someone she will never see again. Yet I have learned to make my dad proud of everything I do. Though I don't have the typical father figure, I have a collection of people that have filled that void with love and laughter. I hope that no matter where life takes you, you can find people that make you not feel alone. By the end of freshman year, I felt like I had begun to find my place at Berlin High. I found myself an uppie in yearbook, which just so happened to be the activities that I found on my own. I discovered friends within those activities that I now consider my family. Today, I want you to think about your friends, and then take a second to think about yourself. In all honesty, just because you have things in common does not mean you have to be doing everything together. If you find something that makes you happy, don't let anyone stop you from participating. At the end of the day, you will always find a new person, and you never know. They might just become your newfound brother or sister. Take that risk, join that club, and discover a new family. A place where I found a new family was at Sleepaway Camp. The summer of 2023, I chose to go to my camp for the entire 7 weeks of summer. While I had been there before, I only knew a few people that were going to be starting out with me. When I arrived, I felt like a stranger in my own home. But this feeling did not last very long. Within the first 15 minutes, I met a girl from Eastchester, New York. Now, she is my long-lost sister, my calm after the storm, my very own Allie Jaros. But it's not about my best friend, but her entire family that allowed me to be an addition to their own family. Summer of 2024, I spent a weekend at her family's beach house. We played wiffle ball as one close-knit unit. Words cannot describe how content I felt in this moment. It was the first time in my life where I felt like I had a complete family. They welcomed me with open arms and have not let go of me since. Though I don't see them often, I know that the Jaros family will always be my family. The ability to build your own family is incredibly powerful. Whether they are blood, your best friends, or just a group of people, surround yourself with the people that make you feel at home. I genuinely believe that I would not be the same without this sense of family. When you find the people that love you unconditionally, it is so important that you don't let go. Hold on to those memories and don't forget the people that will always be in your heart. I found my family at sleepaway camp, but you might find yours at home, at school, in a club, playing a sport, or wherever your heart feels full. One of the first chosen families I had was at the Cove Center for Grieving Children. Every other week, my mom and I went to the Cove, and we met people who had also lost loved ones. It was the first place where my extraordinary experience felt ordinary. After every meeting, we listened to a song. The lyrics still resonate with me to this very day. Bill Withers said, "Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on." The idea that when you are there for someone, that support will be reciprocated is something that should be valued, no matter what type of life you are in. High school is when I realized how critical finding your people is and holding on to them. Though friend groups change, interests change, classes change, and well, everything is changing, find the people that will always be in your corner. And even if someone might not be your best friend anymore, think about all the good that they gave you and always be there for them. As graduation is nearing, I often reflect on the memories I've had in high school and with all the different individuals I've had those memories with. Whether we now spend every waking moment together or haven't talked in months, I'm so grateful to have those memories with the people that I've once considered my family. If you take anything away from this speech, it's this. I want you to think about the start of this school year, the people you may or may not be friends with anymore, and remember all of the memories you have. Don't forget about the people that have given you so much. Always be there for them. No matter where you go next, always be a phone call away. Don't let the petty drama get in the way of your family. So I encourage you to find your family and hold on to them tight and continue to make those memories. Thank you.
If I were to ask you to raise your hand, would you raise your hand? If I were to ask you to close your eyes, would you close them? If I were to ask you to stand up right now, would you stand up? How many of you are willing to do all three things I asked you to do? More importantly, let me ask you, who said to themselves they are willing to do all three, but actually wouldn't? Hello, folks. My name is Nathaniel Amani, and I'm here to share with you that actions will speak louder than words. Did you know that our lives revolve around what we say and do? The actions we do every day will correspond to who we are. From running on a treadmill to be fit, or to playing a video game with your friends. These actions determine what type of people we become. Words only give a person an understanding of what someone could be. Like, it isn't a replacement of our actions, which shows who a person truly is. A person I recently started to look up to is a scriptwriter named Nicholas Sparks. He had intrigued me with something he said that I felt that has helped me have a deeper understanding of our words and actions. He said, "You're going to come across people in your life who will say all the right words at all the right times. But in the end, it's always their actions you should judge them by. It's actions, not words, that matter." What made me want you to hear all of this important script by Nicholas is that Nicholas said that the importance of actions and how the action of a person could be greater than what anyone could say. In fact, any historical figure that you know never got to where they were by just saying what they wanted to make change, but they themselves brought change through their actions. Through their actions, their words brought trustworthiness and importance to others. Now, believe me when I say that I'm living proof of not doing what I said. But not to say that I haven't shown actions being louder than words. I'm just saying that we all do slip up. And just to give you an example of how my words did not match up to my actions, saying I'll do it next class since I got the weekend, to when class comes. I know that once in a while I'd not try to do the homework, not to mention not even look at it during the weekend. And when the time came, my past self who said he'd have it done, the homework was incomplete. Another time I would be on my phone and I'd get asked to do something like take out the trash. And even though I said I got it, it never got done. I've heard countless times that if I actually did what I said I would do, I'd be a straight A student and I would have my parents feeling less upset about me. Though, with my poor decision making, I chose the path of using my words and just saying I would do it without actually acting on it. I replaced my actions with my words, which made me in the position I am today. And let me tell you, it's not a fun position to be in. There's this one question a teacher asked me, which I couldn't answer since I didn't know what to say. It was, if you were to tell your past self something, what would you tell them? I tell you today that if I were to go back in time and tell myself one thing I have learned, it is to do the work. Act on what you need to do, and don't just say it. Throughout my life, I've struggled on using my actions and not my words, and eventually I had forgotten what was most important to me. My junior year, I had made the grave mistake of using my words to do schoolwork and not my actions. This led me to having the worst year of high school. I replaced my actions with words, saying, I'll do it later, or straight up lying and saying I already did it. I wished that it was just an odd year, but sadly, this mentality had come back to me around the end of my senior year, quarter 3. So, as the person I am, I did the same things I had done in junior year. Same empty words with no action. Suddenly, though, a couple weeks ago, when I was getting ready to go to work, I told my friend a long story of having to go to work and not being able to hang out. Eventually, he responded back, and his response shocked me. Yet, in that moment, I realized what he said to me. He told me, stop yapping. You know that it's a game and it's less than making money, so go make that dough. He made me think for a while, but in the end, he taught me a valuable lesson that I started to forget. Actions are louder than words, and do what you need to do. Folks, I want you to look at yourself and think if you believe that you are a person who does what they say they will do. Our words and actions are a building, with our words being the structure, but our actions being our foundation. If our actions are not present or are partially done, it makes our structure eventually collapse. When the foundation is there, the building will stand strong. I ask you folks to not be on this endless track of a broken promise and start to act on what you say. Since I can guarantee you that 99% of the time you do what you say, it'll make you feel motivated, accomplished, and stress-free. Thank you.
Given the town we live in, the society we grew up in, and the overall way the world is working right now, I would say we have it decently good. Emphasis on the decently, though. Some of us may have it rougher than others or better than others. But one thing we all should know is you can't take stuff for granted. Yes, I know it's very cliche, and I want to dig deeper into that, especially with relationships with other people. It is tough to make them last. My classmates and I know it's going to be very difficult to stay in touch when we're all at different universities. Relationships just can't be taken for granted. You work too hard to acquire them, and they could potentially be gone so easily. Sometimes you can't even control the outcome of relationships. It can be taken from you due to external circumstances. The bottom line is we have to be thankful for the relationships we have with people because eventually they won't exist. They'll be cut off. They will never be the same again. Hi, I'm Austin Monensenya, and I want you, the audience, to recognize that relationships with others may not last forever, that things can change, and that people can take the duration of relationships for granted. The effort required can work wonders in the future. In life, sometimes challenges arise out of nowhere with nothing that can be done. When I was 14, the day before Thanksgiving in 2021, I found out that my mom had terminal appendiceal cancer, a cancer so rare that it affects 1 out of every 1 million Americans per year. When I was 14, I realized that my life would eventually change. I realized that eventually, more of a burden will be placed on my shoulders. But it really hit me when the day of my birthday in 2022, my dad, who had been spending so much time in the hospital by her side, told us that she could not really talk. However, when he told her it was my birthday, she mustered up the strength to say, "I know." The following day, shortly after our visit, we found out that it was the end. My mom had passed away at the age of 59. While we only knew each other for 15 years, I couldn't have asked for a better mother to instill lifelong principles within me. I've never met someone so compassionate towards others and how others would feel in my life. I realized that eventually I would have to start doing chores around the house, vacuum the rugs, and put my own clothes away. I also thought I wouldn't have somebody to be constantly checking my power school each and every week to see what grades have changed, but she passed that duty on to my dad. A vital relationship like that, stripped away from me at a young age, made me realize that I probably should have spent more time with her. I should have spent more time asking her questions about her life to learn more about how she became the person she was. I want you in the audience to take nothing for granted and always spend time with loved ones before it's too late. Thank you for everything, Mom. Now, on a lighter note, the relationships I have with my 2 siblings drastically changed when they went off to college. At first, it was my older brother, Kevin, leaving for college, and it was just me and my sister, Kara, at home for 2 years. But then, there were 2 years where it was just me at home, just me as the only child my parents had to take care of, just me that my parents had to bug about school every single day. Unlike my relationship with my mom, this one did not get stripped away from me. I had the ability to talk to them whenever I wanted to, as they were more than willing to FaceTime me at school. However, I never did. I rarely ever FaceTimed my siblings when they were at college. It felt like we had grown apart. And yes, we did have a large age gap. They treated me as if they were true adults talking to a little kid. Always willing to talk to me, always willing to check up on me, and always willing to be there for me whenever I needed them. So why didn't I talk to them more? Truthfully, I don't know. Was it the fact that I didn't have my own device to talk to them? Probably not. Was it because my parents needed their devices to talk to them all the time? Probably not. It was just simply a lack of wanting to talk to my siblings. I'm sure you guys have all been there. That may sound bad, however, I was 8 to 12 years old and simply did not put in the effort required to maintain the relationships with them. Not like I didn't like them at all, they were my siblings. Of course I'm gonna try to like them as much as possible. And I didn't put in the effort to maintain the relationships. Yes, I did maintain the relationships after they came back from college and when they were home on break. But I feel like our relationships could have been closer if I just put in a little bit of effort. Your siblings are your first friends on this earth, the ones that you, yes, fight with, you laugh with, and ultimately grow to love. They're your built-in companions that you should never take for granted. And while we're on the topic for taking things for granted, renowned British economist Evan Davis once said, "It is not a bad idea to occasionally spend a little time thinking about the things you take for granted. Plain, everyday things." 6 years removed from my siblings being in college, and 3 years removed from my mom's passing away, this quote resonates with me, and hopefully with all of you in the audience, that you should realize what you have. You should realize that you might have it really good, or you can put in some effort to make it really good. You should realize that things will not last, and some things get stripped away from us. You should realize that you will not be able to maintain relationships at the highest quality unless you put in the effort to do so. Thank you, and have a great day.
"15 days, 360 hours, 40 minutes, and 25 seconds till it ends. Till I put on my cap and gown and get handed the biggest piece to start this new chapter in my life. My diploma. You're gonna miss high school, enjoy it while it lasts, Time goes by fast, people say. But I won't miss pep rallies, skipping school, laughing in the halls, or sitting in senior court with my friends, because I will always have those memories. I will miss the lessons, the setbacks, the mistakes, and the struggles I fought within these 4 years, because it shaped me to who I am today. Hi, my name is Kaylani Valley, and I'm here to tell you that sometimes when you're in a dark place, thinking you have been buried, you actually have been planted. High school is so hard. To the freshmen who are beginning their next 3 years, enjoy it while it lasts. Sophomores, live out your time being in high school. Juniors, enjoy it because time goes by fast. And my seniors, we're at the finish line. All my life, I felt like I was buried, as if I had to blend in to fit in, to be like others or be in the specific friend group. But it doesn't have to be like that. My father always told me all my life, be a leader, not a follower. And while I was younger, I couldn't understand the meaning of his saying, but as time grew by, I started to understand. You can set your sight on something new. You can be the leader. You have the opportunity to choose your life, not others. So take it. I was buried the start of my freshman year. Entering high school was scary, new, and challenging. My feelings were like a roller coaster, and I'm sure many of you in the audience can relate to this feeling. Growing up, I was raised to have God at the center of my heart, to know who he was, but yet I couldn't quite understand him. From elementary school to middle school to high school, I've always struggled to comprehend certain things or solve certain math equations. It always took me a lot longer to understand the lessons in class compared to my other classmates. The comparison of not being able to understand like my other peers and thoughts running through my head was something I've always struggled with. I'm sure some of you within these seats have had some of the same struggles as me, either overthinking, comparison, or learning. People don't tell you the realness of high school. Maybe some of you in the audience can raise a hand to knowing you had days where you did not want to go to school. Because I know I can. School is tough, some classes are hard, and sometimes you just want to give up. I felt that. I was buried in that. Junior year of high school, my parents made a choice that mentally we weren't prepared for, but realistically we needed. I went from having a home to becoming homeless, from sleeping on a bed every night to sleeping on an air mattress. To have to squeeze into my grandma's house with a family of 4 was something we mentally were prepared for as a family. I wasn't prepared for. The struggle of coming to school and putting on a smile with everything that was going on within my family and my life was the toughest year, but yet I continued to show that smile. Not knowing what God held for my life or my junior year of high school was the toughest pill to swallow. So instead of having a positive mindset, I allowed myself to get buried, to sink into the negative thoughts, to isolate myself away from everyone. And yet, that didn't lead me anywhere. That didn't lead me anywhere. I chose not to go to junior prom or live out some of the new exciting things that junior year had to offer because of the temporary that was in my life. Don't miss out on the memories because of your feelings, your problems, your struggles, or your setbacks. Get up. Stop being buried and start becoming planted. All I could see was the pain that was in front of me, not the solution that was in the back of me. I started my junior year with negative thoughts, but ended it with positive ones. I chose not only a different mindset, but also a different path. I chose to go to God, to get up, to not be buried. I was tired of the weight of sadness, the weight of confusion, and isolation. I knew I didn't want to end my junior year like this, and the only solution for me that I knew was to go to God. Your temporary is not your permanent. Your life right now is just the beginning for your future. We all have a choice. I had to choose how I want to spend my 4 years here at Berlin High School. The mindset I have or can change. It's so easy to get buried, to give up, to say, I'm done. But is it worth it? The sacrifice is worth it. You are worth it. Furthermore, I want everyone to look at their fingers. Your fingerprint does not match to the person to your left or to your right. You are unique. Ephesians 2:10. For we are God's masterpiece. He has created us anew in Christ Jesus so we can do the good things that He has planned for us long ago. God has created you with your own unique fingerprint that no one else has, nor can match. So when you think you're buried or there is no point, keep going. You have a reminder of yourself, of how special and unique you are. You're not buried, you're only planted. I wasn't buried within my life. I was stepping into the future on what God had planned for me. So take that step. High school is your year, your experience, and your life. And while my experience ends, and many of yours are just beginning, if I can leave you with one thing, let me leave you with this. Not only does time go by fast, but so do the memories, the experiences, the lessons, and the mistakes. Continue to be you. Embrace the uniqueness of the person you are, and make the mistakes. Remember, it's not just you, that you aren't alone, and that you're not buried. 2 Timothy 4:17. But the Lord stood with me and gave me strength. Thank you.
Is that good? That's not good. Is that good? Is the microphone good? Can you hear me? Amazing. All right. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. This quote by renowned writer Edbert Hubbard encourages optimism in the face of adversity, saying that when life gets tough, if you work hard, you can make any bad situation into a better one. And while I do think this is an important lesson, I'd like to give my own interpretation. Hi there, my name is Jonathan Cugno, and life is like lemonade. Lemonade is a very simple drink. It's made of 3 key ingredients: water, sugar, lemons. And I think that life can be boiled down to these ingredients too. The sour struggles and tribulations we face, the sweet and valorous victories we choose to embrace, and the water between us that helps our journey be paced. Each of our lives are a balance of these ingredients, and though our drinks may taste different, it's important to try and enjoy them nonetheless. A lot of the time, lemonade's a lot more sour than sweet. It's the same thing applies to life. I think we can all agree that life isn't exactly easy. We all have our own problems and trials that sometimes feel impossible to overcome. One of the biggest problems I've had in my life is my inability to express my thoughts. I was born with a cognitive disorder, which makes communicating a struggle. I constantly have so many thoughts rushing through my head that'll practically choke on the words coming out. I'm trying to translate my perspective. I repeatedly have to write and then rewrite my sentences just to get a fraction of the original idea onto a paper before I lose it entirely. I can remember the hours I've spent stumbling through my schoolwork, giving it everything I could, only to be left with an unfinished product. And to me, words were a necessary evil. Something that something that is undesirable but must be accepted. For a long time, I hated that part of myself. I ended up trying to avoid talking to people, just so I couldn't embarrass myself. And I thought that was how it's always going to be. But considering I'm on this podium today, things didn't exactly go that way. I wish I could tell you there was some big life-changing event that fixed all of my speaking problems, but that didn't happen. No, instead of giving up, I just kept challenging myself to communicate. I made small talk, I told jokes. I wasn't getting anywhere with 100%, so I gave it 200%. And over time, I just got more comfortable with talking. Not every problem you face will have a solution. I might be better at speaking now, but that doesn't mean it stopped being a hassle. But by embracing that sour part of my life, I was able to better enjoy some of the sweeter bits. For example, holidays. Our world is full of amazing things, so naturally we create holidays to celebrate those things. There's the more well-known ones like Christmas and Halloween, but what most people don't know is that there's a holiday on every single day of the year. And a few years ago, I was intrigued by that fact, so I started looking into these daily holidays and decided to share them with the people around me. National Lobster Day, National Pancake Day, National Pigeons Wearing a Small Hat Day, that's a real day. I made it my mission to let people know what insane holiday it was every single day of the year. And although I love them, the national holidays aren't that important. No, what made these days important to me is that they let me help make other people's days better. And in the grand scheme of life, these small things may not seem like much. Chatting about the absurdity of traffic cone day, discussing if I should bring donuts on donut day, debating if snakes even deserve a day. These conversations have led to some of the best moments I've ever had. And knowing my buffoonery was appreciated has made my life a lot sweeter. Today's national holiday is Everest Day, a mountain that represents ambition, perseverance, and the peak of our goals. I think this day is quite fitting because for a while this speech has been my Everest. As I mentioned before, communicating my ideas isn't exactly my strong suit, and trying to write this speech has been a hassle. So I made this speech about lemonade. Life is like lemonade because no matter how sour or sweet it is, it's our choice on how we enjoy the drink. I have trouble speaking, so I chose to do a speech class to challenge myself. I chose to share the national days with everyone because I enjoy trying to brighten up people's days. I learned to embrace the sour parts of my life in order to better savor the sweet parts. And we may all hold a different glass. Each person's life is different, but no matter how sour or sweet our lives, if life is like lemonade, try and enjoy the drink. Thank you.
The great Dolly Parton once said, "If you see someone without a smile, give them one of yours." It's such a small thing, but it can have a major impact, and for as long as I can remember, I've tried to stick by this. Now, at first, that quote might seem like something you'd see on a bumper sticker or on a t-shirt while you're on vacation, right? Well, over the last 4 years, and honestly, throughout my whole life, those words have come to mean everything to me. Smiles can be easy to overlook. They're quite simple, but they carry so much, like understanding, strength, hope, and even love. You don't always need to know the right thing to say to change someone's day. Sometimes you just have to smile. Hi, my name is Emily Tessier, and I want to tell you about the power of smiling and how no matter the situation, it can change the way you feel. The power of a smile was something I learned from my great uncle. He was my best friend, and we did everything together. One thing I remember most about him was how he could light up a room with just a smile. In my opinion, it's what he was best known for. When he'd get silly or have an idea, he'd twiddle his hands, just like this, and the sweetest, most mischievous smirk would appear on his face. He could brighten anyone's day. His smile was infectious. Even when his days started getting darker, when he got sick, he still found a way to smile at me and show me no fear. I was young. I knew that he was hurting, but he never let me see the pain. Instead, he chose to give me comfort. His smile on his final days taught me that even during difficult times, a smile can change the narrative. It is okay to smile during times of sadness. The range of emotions is something I try to be cognizant of in everything I do, especially dance. Now, for those of you who don't already know, although I sure have mentioned it just once or twice over the years, I am a dancer. I tell stories through not words, but through movement, emotion, and facial expressions. A smile in dance isn't about just looking happy. It's about creating a lasting moment and telling the audience, this is how I feel, and I want you to feel it too. But it's also about power and the impact it can have. In dance, when I was little, the older girls would assist the teacher in class. Now I'm one of the older girls. My little girls, my dance babies, I am always smiling for. It is absolutely essential. When they get overwhelmed, when a step might be challenging, or even if they're nervous to go on stage, I am always smiling and reassuring them. I am their personal cheerleader. And the thing that gets me right in the feels, maybe a little more now than it ever has due to this being my senior year, is the sweet smiles I get back. Smiles that hit me with a twinge of sadness because I won't get to see it every day next year. Their smiles are not just cute, they are powerful, and they keep me going. They remind me of my love for dance, my newfound passion for teaching, and my unwavering connection to the craft. A smile is really about giving someone else a piece of your heart without even saying a word. Here at BHS, I've been lucky enough to be a part of so many communities that have shaped me. Upbeat, chorus, theater, and so much more. I've gotten the opportunity to stand on stage with some of my best friends and sing beautiful songs for all to hear. I've danced under the lights during the spring musical, surrounded by people who are now like my family. I've led with Upbeat and given back to a community that has given me so much. And through all of it, I was smiling. Not because everything was always perfect, but because I was present. I belonged. And because I knew how important it was to share that joy with others. To be the person someone else could look at and say, if she can smile through this, maybe I can too. And honestly, there were days I didn't want to smile. There were days I had rehearsal, class, or practice with what felt like the weight of the world on my shoulders. But truthfully, when someone would smile at me, whether it was a friend, a teacher, or one of my little dancers, their small gesture reminded me why I kept showing up. While smiling through things means so much to me, and why every day I try to smile and push ahead, because someone else did that for me. To the underclassmen in the room, these years will fly by. You'll blink, and it'll be your last performance, last game, and your last day at BHS. So I implore you, be the one who lifts others. Be the person that someone remembers because you made them be seen. Be the one who smiles. To my fellow seniors, we're almost there. We've made it through so much together. We've grown up, succeeded, failed, and kept going. We've had each other's backs. We did it together. So as we step into this next chapter of our lives, I hope each and every one of you chooses to smile, even when it gets hard. And it will get hard. To the families, teachers, and mentors who've helped us get here, your smiles have carried us in ways you may have never even realized. Every encouraging word, every nod of approval, every little gesture has added up to something so much bigger. You've helped us become who we are today. And when I think about where I'm going and what I'm doing with my life, it all comes back to this. I want to light up the room just like my Uncle Paul did. I want to continue to lead with love, the way I do with my dance babies. And I want to be someone who keeps giving smiles, even on the toughest days when I'm not sure if even I have any left to give. It might just be the thing that brings someone hope, and it might just be the thing that reminds you of who you are. And don't forget, just like Dolly said, if you see someone without a smile, give them one of yours. Thank you.
Have you ever gotten in an argument with a loved one? Did it last for days? Was it over something foolish? Do not waste your time arguing with someone over something foolish. I'm Zainab Ricchio, and I'm here to tell you how precious and priceless time is. This is one thing I didn't learn until later in my life. Earlier in my life, time was the last thing I was thinking about. I was a kid, young, naive, thinking about what I was going to eat next or what game I was going to play. As I'm older now, I've realized how fast time goes by. 1 second I'm playing with Legos, and the next I'm staying on the stage talking about time with graduation right around the corner. Time with family, friends, loved one is time you can't get back. It's priceless, because one day you might get a phone call that someone you care for is not here anymore. Recently, my family's got quite a few of those calls, with the last one being just a few days ago. It leaves me with the what ifs. What if I stayed a little longer at their house? What if I went to see them more? What if I said I loved them one last time? One of my last memories of my grandfather was a small disagreement that left me mad at him for a few days. During those days, he came over, but I did not talk to him. The next thing I know, we got that call. The one call that everybody wishes they would never get. I wasted precious time and memories I could have made with him over a little foolish argument. Within his last few minutes, I told him I loved him. Wish I could see him just one more time. I was just a kid, not having the idea that someone that close could be taken away so fast. Harvey Mackay once said, "Time is free, but it's priceless. You can't own it, but you can use it. You can't keep it, but you can spend it. Once you've lost it, you can't get it back." Priceless. This word is used to describe something that cannot be bought with money. The only way to use up something priceless is by making memories while using it. Nothing is free or priceless. Everything comes with a cost. Every decision you make and the risk you take always has a catch at the end of the day, whether good or bad. Now imagine this. You're sitting in the car as a kid going to see that relative. You all know who I'm talking about. You're antsy, tired, want to go home, so you fight, cry, kick, not wanting to get out of the car. But now that you're older, you see it differently. You want to go see them, talk to them, make memories with them. You don't want to let them go. You now understand the value of time. I learned the value of time when my grandparents and uncle came over and I didn't want to go outside to be with them. It turns out once I got out of the house, I had an amazing time with them. Everyone knows whenever you're having a great time, something always happens. That day it happened to me. Turns out hedge clippers really do clip things like my toes. While I was cutting some bushes, I ended up cutting through 4 of my toes down to the bone. Hanging on for dear life, I left the cutters wide open without realizing my foot was next to them. But what I took away from the situation was that you can't have a great time if you're always inside. Just because hedge clippers cut my toes, it didn't cut my spirit, because that's all just history. A wise man by the name Master Ugwe once said, "Yesterday is history, tomorrow's a mystery, but today's a gift." That's why they call it the present. Today's the present, right here, right now. Go out with your friends and make memories, or go spend time with your family. Do anything but sit at home all day. When you're at home, you're wasting something that you cannot buy back. Time is something that can either go by really fast or feel like it's moving very slow. I learned what time is from my uncle. I went to see him one day and asked him the question, "What is time?" He said, "You see that right there," while pointing at a clock. And I said, "It's just a clock." He told me I was wrong. It made me confused. And he also told me to think about it and come back later. Later that day, I came back and was still confused. He said, "You see those 3 arms in the clock that don't stop moving? That is time. It is something that does not wait for anyone." Once I heard those words, that time didn't wait for anyone, it made me think, what am I doing with my time? When will my time come to an end? I went to bed with those questions stuck in my head, just repeating themselves over and over. After breakfast the next morning, I had my answer. Who cares? What I mean is, who cares when our time is over? Live your life how you want to live it, using up all your precious and priceless time how you want. Create those unforgettable memories. Wiz Khalifa made a song by the name Young, Wild, and Free. You shall listen to it and live by it. At the end of the day, do what you want with your life. Spend your time how you would like, but never waste that time. We all waste our time without realizing it. How many of you ever had an assignment due and pushed it off, claiming you would do it later. This is a definition of procrastination, the killer of time. The average person wastes 55 days a year. You heard me right. Your few minutes of pushing something off that you have to do adds up. From someone who is a D1 procrastinator, don't wait to do that thing. Do it, then take your break knowing you don't have to worry about doing it later. I know a lot of you out there don't know me, but I'm here talking about time and how precious and priceless it is. If you could just walk away, taking one thing from this, you should call that relative, tell them you love them, make amends with that person you got in an argument with, and tell your parents how much you love them and how much they mean to you. At the end of the day, we're all on our own clocks with time winding down until it comes to an end. I'm not here to tell you how to spend your time, but if you don't keep track of it, it'll slip from your grasp, and the next thing you know, your time is up. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you just stay in your seats, please? You will be dismissed from here, and believe it or not, we only have about a minute and a half or so. If I could just have all of my senior speech students please join me here on stage. Mr. Granger, have a seat. Okay, just checking.